Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は193日目です。It was day 193. Today is level up day. Level 19. We have 2 stacks of things, maybe even 3 stacks of things. So strap in, long day. Try to be very steady here. Not to overextend ourselves too much. Alright, let's get right into our reviews. Hey.
水中
3, 2. Whoops. Did I write underground or underwater? That's a fine burn. That's okay.
冒険
Vulcan. Okay. Hmm. Mm, the left is definitely Hull. The right is definitely Techie. The middle. Hmm. I'll think about that.
曜日
You'll be.
5
Oh, that's a fine burn. Oops.
関係
Hanke. Okay.
箱
Ako.
溶ける
Okeri. Oops.
薬学
Yakugaku. Oh.
保存
I found out what my mistake was. Hold on. Okay. I found what my mistake was. Okay. Hmm.
喫煙
Soon. Whoops. Uh.
種類
Shirui. Oops.
田んぼ
Ambo. Hmm. Oh, no.
枚数、
枚数。Oh.
了解、
了解。
枚、
はい。Oops.
富士、
富士。
一等、
一等。What? Oh.
予告、
予告。What?
.古典的、
It shook when I typed it. Maybe I added an extra space or something. Penteki.
黒煙、
黒煙。
汽船、
汽船。Oh no.
幸せ、
幸せ。
出口、
出口。
一銭、
一銭。That's a fine burn.
弓道、
弓道。
忘年会、
忘年会。
図書館、
図書館。
存じる、
存じる。I don't know. Just, I mean, how do I intransitive exist? Oh. To know.
分類、
分類。 Oops.
銀座
I thought of a bank immediately. Ginza.
辞典
and G10 ne? G10 was the other one I don't see too often. Really? Oh. What? What are you? Special. Express? No, limited express, special, hurry. But why is that not checking out? Is that not it?
Tokku.
Oh. Oh, cute. Milk? No. Yeah. Wait.
Medama
Medama. I couldn't think of any other combinations there.
Hanshin.
Hanshin.
Kaiketsu.
Kaiketsu.
Hijou.
Hijou. A bit odd. Oh, I misspelled it. I keep forgetting emergency. I think of it as unusual most of the time.
書く
Kaku.
禁煙
Ien. Dang it. Just typing random things. Alright, let's slow down here. How did that work? Oh,
座禅
doesn't.
Jiten.
Okay.
Koun.
Phone. Fortune, good luck. I mean, fortunate is fine too. I'm actually taking that from something that I'm supposed to remember on the Chinese side of things. Oh, this is different. Yeah. Oops.
広告
Koku.
物店
Good. And yeah. Close enough. Oh. Wait.
6日
Moika.
明治
Meiji. Meiji. Oh, wait. What was the other? Watashi wa... Watashi no Oba-chan wa Meiji. Oh, Meiji. Meiji. Yes. Hello?
辞書
What? Oh.
Katana
Katana. That's okay. Oh. Oh no, I have no. I want to say. Dang it. Yeah, no, this is a skip to the end. We'll worry about that later.
記者
Sha. Huh. Really? Oh. What? Oh,
弁
then. Oh, no, that's no.
天
Thinking of something way different. Ah, no. Wait, actually,
品
in fine.
門
Oh, no. Yeah, this is different, isn't it?
急
Oh no, it isn't cute. Really? It's like, oh, that could help. Oops. What? What? Oh wait. Just kidding.
8つ
Yatsu. It's okay. It's okay.
休止
Yushi. That's fine too, actually.
日本
classic. Nihon.
教科書
Gyokasho.
禁じる
Injiru.
理解
Nikai. What? Excuse me?
告白
Oh, I must have typed something else. Oops, that's not how you spell confession.
口頭
Moto. Hmm.
生存
Season. Or life. I guess life is. Or existence. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, survival. Hmm. Oh, wait. Is this Chikara?
力
So now we have to decide if I want to res Chikara. Because Chikara, those are the only Chikara we have. But I think we'll keep it in our hearts for now.
星座
Is
弓
unique.
– 薬業
Yakuyo. Oh, that's fine.
作品
Sakin. Production? Oh, work? That's fine.
証言
Shogun. Ne?
– 政治
Seiji. Hmm. Wait. What is shit? What the heck is shit? Okay. I wait. Maybe. Oops. I have I don't know. What is that? All right, I'm moving that to the end. It's amazing how uncommon that one is compared to Chinese. Huh. Oops.
幸福
Kofuku. It's fine. How is this different? YOLO? Oh, they're related. Yes. Or what? Oh. What? Okay. I mean, sure. Sure. All related to that.
つながる
Nagaru. The moment we get an own for that, it's gonna kind of devastating. つながる。
禅寺
エンデラ。Hmm. No. No, right? Oh, there's something. Hmm. What's another four? No. Oh.
笑顔
Hang on.
留守
This. Wait. Lusu? I misspelled absence. Okay.
線
And it's fine. Good burn.
全地
Zenchi. And what was this? I have no idea. I don't know what the other flex was. We're just gonna have to think about this later.
可能
Oh no.
冗談
Yodan. Ah. Okay. Evident. What? Oh,
証
Akashi. I got them backwards.
書類
Shorui. Okay, that's fine. That's a fine burn.
承認
Jonin. Oh boy, howdy.
真実
Shinjitsu. Oops.
いじめる
Ijimeru. Ne?
Naka
Naka. Good burn, good burn.
統合
Gogo.
なかなか
Nakanaka. Wait. Nakanaka ne? What? Like, like, kind of, sort of, or else. I have to think about that. How would you? Anaka. Huh.
立つ
That's it.
保証
Oh, sure. Oops. Oh, sure. Back to evidence. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Sure. Sure, sure. I thought it was like insurance or oh maybe like or oh you like oh sure sure oh what? Ay. This is probably gonna trigger me pretty hard by how they interpret it. Wait. I skip this to the end. I get this. Oh, you gotta make sure, please make sure not to like. Oh, sure. Preserve evidence. Guarantee. Assurance. It's probably blocked. Yeah, I disagree with you. Make sure is fine. Actually, protection is fine. Or, I think I would probably just write make sure. Or foreshore. Hmm.
等しい
Yeah, I'm not satisfied with that one. That's for sure. She. Shoku.
食料品
食料品. Okay. Sure.
関心
Anshin. Huh. Anshin. That is what happens when that's what happens when your T double actuates on your keyboard. Okay. That's okay. Gogatsu. Gogatsu. Gogatsu wa gogatsu. Let's see.
対等
Aito. Oops.
正解
Sekai. Oops.
告げる
Yuri. That's a different type, right? Yeah. Right.
飴細工
Mosaic.
治安
Qian. Ne? Qian. Does that help me with the alternative? No. It doesn't. But what is the alt? Or no, I think it's alt. Eon. Hmm. Something about safety. It's definitely something about safety. Public order or public safety or something like that. Actually, yeah. Uh, Oh. Oops. Wait. Oh, yeah.
企画
MAKU.
商品
Tofugu. Hmm. Wait. What? Oh no. I see it.
荷物
Nimotsu.
関西
Kansai. YOLO?
叩く
Adaku.
入門
Numon. Oops. What? What? Wait, what? What? Oh. What? What? Oh no. I'm just suddenly drawing a blank on this. That's very, very unfortunate. This is gonna be another one of those, like, I need a lineup. Pretty sure this is a burn, right? But yeah, this one sucks. Probably because it has two. Yeah. See. Oops.
土
Yeah, this one sucks. This is a suck burn, just like Chikara is a suck burn. Let's go look if I doubt it. Yeah, this is one of the most deficient parts about this approach. Is when you have only one read, or where is it? Is this the only T? Yep. Is it gonna be the only one? Let's see. Yes. So lump this up with Chikara, right? Oh, Liberty. Doing alright. I'm pretty alright. How are you today? How has your day gone? That's going in the Chikara box. So now we kind of have three things. Another thing to throw on there.
5枚
My nasty storm. Stay safe.
弁当
And oh,
危ない
have a night. Okay. All right.
笑う
笑う
口頭
音ね
飴
雨
玉
玉 That's an okay burn. It's good. Good burn.
東京弁
東弁 Okay.
荷札
荷札
ゴミ箱
ゴミ箱
座席
座席 What is going on? Oh,
喫茶店
I don't know. I typed a couple times.
不幸
Oh. Ne? Okay. Why am I stuck on this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I keep typing the same thing. Wait, it's not quite. So this is sad. Try to stop. Okay. All right. No. Oh no. I started with key and then it's just on. It's actually, that's quite literally to be sad. Days. No. No. I keep linking it with key and ha. Oh. Jeez. What? Oh no. It's not ka either. Oh wait, yeah. No. Hate when it happens. You just get this brain fart and you just get stuck on. We're just moving this to the end. It's fine. It'll come back when we get back around, hopefully.
禁句
Inku. Oops.
座る
座る Whoa.
教訓
Yokun. Whoops.
下品
Yehin.
5つ
Itsutsu. Really? 5 objects is unacceptable? Come on.
専門
Senmon.
新品
Jinping.
辞典
Jiten.
大阪
Osaka.
急に
Uni. 'It's fine. Same difference.
かわいい
Kawaii.
人類
Inrui.
危険
And oops. I typed Ricky instead of risky.
保険
Hokkien.
留学
Ryugaku. Ah, so many typos.
5日
Itsuka. Fine. Fine burn.
関する
Kansuru. あー
女子
女子。
煙
Emuri. That was a big YOLO.
出る
Deru. Oh, was that a burn? Deru. It sounds like a burn.
訓練
Unden.
写真
写真。
何枚
何枚。What?
子
Oh. Well. Hmm. Oops. Backwards.
忘れる
Wasureru.
目
Me?
やめる
Yameru. Why do I want to do well, makuro.
真っ黒
I did. Okay.
ゆうべ
Yube. Was that a burn? That might have been a burn.
1000万
1000만. What?
Kusuri
City.
薬物
Yakubutsu. Oh.
休校
Yuko. Hurry, go. Okay. Oh. Oh no. I this is a special. We'll come back to it.
親類
Inui. Tatsu. How did Tatsu work?
訓読み
Kunyomi. Decent burn?
人種
Insu. Inshu.
禁止
Inshi. What? Oh,
文句
Monku. This is different too. How did this pivot? Monku. Right. Oh, right.
女の子
onnanoko.
守る
mamoru.
警告
Keikoku.
50
50. Decent burn. Good burn. Good burn.
喉
nodo.
不可欠
Kakets. Oh. Double negative.
証明
Shome. Okay, now we're back. So these are the 7 that I skipped, right? Alright. So, did I? Oh, yes. This one is fine. Whoops. What? No? Oh, wait. No. What? Hos... Hosu... Eki? Wait. What? Oh. Because of the sound, huh? This is special. How does it work though? I don't know how I would. Oh, it's su and su. Oh, su. Oh no, su and su, not zu. Ho shu hoshiteki
保守的
hoshiteki and hoshiteki. Hoshiteki wa nan desu ka? Hoshiteki na. Oh, right. Okay. Did I figure out what this was? Not that. Hurrying. Do something like. Oh. Account made yesterday. You could do better. You could do better, ViewBot services. You could do better. I would be 0.0001 more percent likely to take you seriously if it was an older account. You know? I gotta break out those older accounts to sway me. Hurry. Something makes me no. Oh, wait. No. This one's problematic. Let's just. Oh no, this one is problematic too. Let's move this one. Do you still work in the lab, or did you move away once you finish a PhD? I worked in the lab for a little bit after my PhD, but I no longer work in the lab. No. This is like complete recovery or something. Okay. Nakanaka. What happened to Nakanaka? Steady? Eesh. Not quite. Not quite what I think. Huh. Interesting question. Do you work in the lab? Are you pursuing graduate studies? And is it in a field of physical sciences? First year PhD UK based in cancer oncology? Or are you doing oh well, first year PhD, so is it oncological tumor genesis? Like what type of cancer bio are you talking about? Since we're going into grad school. Oh, and actually I don't know what the first year PhD is in UK based, because I am sort of aware that there's some like accelerated differences between the UK and the United States. But yeah, first year, so you're doing gen eds, and do you have a rotational system for determining your labs already? Or do you go in committed to a lab? Yeah, your project involves in looking at how melanoma metastasized to the brain. Oh, that's interesting. Also, your PhD is only 3 years, so you did 3 years BS and then 3 years for PhD. Intriguing. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask. So that means you go in selecting a lab. Interesting. And when you say 3 years, is that like some sort of fixed contract that is pushed out, or how does that work? How do you know your PhD, how long your PhD is going to be? Do you have some sort of guarantee, or they just push you out after a specific amount of time? Oh, nakanaka. I think it means... Oh, it's kind of like... No, but... It's still like quite, right? Fairly tasty. Yeah, it's a positive thing. Nakanaka is a positive word, right? Like quite. Yeah, quite. That's not a very strong burn. So for the PhD, it's immediately into a lab. Okay, so for the UK ones, you have to leave the lab within 3 years, but you get an extra year for writing, so total 4. But if you're fast, you can submit in 3. Interesting. Wow, that is certainly different. Yeah, to juxtapose, I'm not sure if you've ever considered PhDs in the US or not. Usually UK and US has a very collaborative mutual agreement. In the United States, your first year is a rotational year, and then the second year you have to qualify to be in the PhD program, and then the next 3 years is committed to research on a thesis, but it can be extended beyond like an additional to 2 years. So usually now we're looking at like between 5 and 7 years in a graduate study. It's kind of political to push a student out at the end of a 5th year, which is technically 3 years in the lab. But I remember reading a lot about how the UK system kind of accelerates or navigates that commitment to a lab without oversight or rotation. So it's kind of a sink or swim moment when you commit to something. It takes about 2 years for an American graduate student to determine which lab they're gonna end up joining and then starting up, as opposed to like going in it without any oversight. Interesting. You know, you save those 2 years. And then yeah, the 4th year, I mean, you usually after 3 years you'll be writing something for sure. Interesting. Melanoma, I happened to, it wasn't in my graduate career, but in my post-baccalaureate period, I happened to have worked in a skin carcinogenesis department and lab. We were looking at inflammatory responses due to pharmaceuticals or chemotherapeutics, common chemotherapeutics, the side effects of common chemotherapeutics on potential inflammatory, like dermatological side effects that may promote melanoma and lower the quality of life using chemotherapy. So you have what's called a confirmation registration in the first year, which is basically saying your project is good enough to be considered PhD level. But where was the source of that project? Also, it checks if you are at the level to do a PhD. There is what's called a 1+3, which is you do a master's, which consists of 2 6-month, and then you choose a lab. Yeah. So that 1+3 is default, since masters are honorary. So in the United States, the 2 years when you defend and become or when you take the oral examination and you get to join a lab, right? You prove that you get to join a lab. If you leave the program, you receive an honorary master's. So there are basically, the master's program is separate for those who are sure that they don't want to seek the PhD track. But in the PhD track, you do the 1+3. The first 6 months or so is usually a 1 academic year, because rounds up. So you have 1 academic year to rotate in 4 labs, or the program that I have, it varies slightly by number, but you do laboratory rotations as part of your first year in most PhD programs in the United States. Largely because the project then has to be determined for the 2nd year. The 2nd year is when you develop the project with your designated lab. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, if you have a bachelor's in science, I do not find it very comfortable that it would take an extraordinary person to foresee, without having oversight of their chosen laboratory, to have a confirmed project, unless you're telling me that the confirmation process involves a project that the mentor you are entering in provided. If it's something of your own creation, then rarely is anyone who has a bachelor's degree and inexperience with an existing mentor would be reliable in reaching the level of a PhD person. For choosing a project, there are 2 ways. One, you go to a supervisor PI with an idea and they accept you. Interesting. The first one is a little weird to me. But 2 is the supervisor gets a grant and the project of pages. Okay. The second one I can find a little bit more. I have less reservations about because it has the PI oversight, the one that you're probably going into, the PI that you're joining. But having a person present, that might be an extraordinary case, I suppose. Like maybe step 1 is the first way is not as common as the second way. Okay, the second way is way more common. That's a little bit more reassuring. Obviously, you can have extraordinary people from bachelor's degree. Like for example, I spent most of my undergraduate studies working on a project and like publication and stuff with my, but I was very lucky and incredibly lucky to have that type of privilege. And then I actually spent 2 years in a post-bac program working for the government in a had a postdoctoral mentor. And even then, you in the United States, there's some things about you're not going to be, your project is going to change the moment you enter grad school. So it's interesting that there are extraordinary cases that they would accept someone bringing an idea into the lab that you're going to join. There's a lot, like what do I say, proprietary knowledge or privileged knowledge that often is not shared between labs, and usually it's still even tough postdoctorally. In the UK, a lot of PhD programs want you to have a master's, but the funding for them is terrible, so you work in industry for 2 years before going for yours. For me, I worked with what I had. Funding for PhD programs are, during my, like, it's been a very long time since I started my PhD. So back then it was kind of good, kind of all right. And the government, the federal government in the United States, have an agreement with various prestigious universities around the United States, and they provide what's called a training program grant. So in order to apply for them, one has to be very competitive prior to that. My family, I'm the only person who has an advanced degree in my entire family, and because of our social economic position, yes, like a doctoral training partnership, yes. And every top university in the United States has a doctoral training partnership. So in order to get into them, though, you kind of need to be somewhat decent on paper, and then you knock out the interview. So I didn't find that it was going to be plausible for me from my social economic background. I absolutely loved my graduate school. My undergrad time, but it also required a lot more experience and things. So I joined the government, as in the government in the United States have these post-baccalaureate programs. Basically, it's for a year, and it can be extended to 2 years for a bachelor's, post-baccalaureates that are interested in science to get hands-on training. And just so happens, I ended up working for affiliates of some of the top universities. And that is how I got my way into a program that has such a DTP situation. Otherwise, there would be no way I would have been able to afford that education. Funding, I'm not sure how funding is now. I don't follow funding too much around both the UK and the United States, because Cambridge, Oxford, Oxcam, and the particular university that I went to, as well as the ones that are networked within the university I was in, they have a very close relationship. It's I don't know, it's been a while since I looked at how PhD programs varied over the years. I can only imagine it hasn't gotten better. Probably less. One of the reasons why I'm not in a lab anymore, or like I took a break and the break became an indefinite sabbatical, and since then, like, I'm way far out. I would have to make my way in again if I were to reapproach science. Like, I'm way out of date. Internet information, the accessibility and stuff only goes so far to replace, like, it's not a fair substitute for experience. But nevertheless, it was the deteriorating funding that ultimately put a halt to my pursuits, along with some like personal mental health work-life balance situations. I didn't leave science because I didn't like it. The irony here is I left science because I loved it. Absolutely. I committed pretty much my entire life to science. I still do today. Not that I work professionally, but most of my skills from graduate school and pretty much all of my education, I still continue to share them today, to this day. Solving problems, critical thinking skills, and those types of underlying skills, it's they're independent of the subject matter. One can apply many of those skills to pretty much anything. And that's kind of why I'm sitting here drilling a Japanese vocabulary with like this prominent SRS system that people are very engaged in to experiment and be intellectually curious. Pretty much the same here. You're the only one in your family who just a degree. Yeah. Technically my sister has a degree. She sort of has an advanced degree. I would be the one that got far too attached, maybe arguably impractically attached to higher academics. My family is my extended family are Chinese, and often they think about the pragmatic side of things, and pursuing like this line of education kind of is less of a, it's more acceptable than certain other pursuits, but not quite the pragmatic one. For you, the industry experience was invaluable? Yeah, I haven't gone to industry. I was thinking about switching to industry for a little bit and see if I can find my pace. But this is gonna sound really ironic or unexpected. I don't know. My love for science is the reason why I couldn't maintain my lifestyle. Like, I had a very... in retrospect, I had an incredibly unhealthy relationship with my work. It's to the point where my physical health was really concerning. So there was like at a time where, okay, well, the postdoctoral period was over. I gotta decide now, because starting something means that I would be in it for another 5 years or something like that. And then COVID happened. That's actually nearly about the time that I had to decide if I was gonna swap to industry or find some sort of other commitment for like 3 to 5 years. Then COVID happened and I took a break, and now we're here. But I talk about science a lot. I've come across a couple people who are still industry scientists, and I met one that was still in academia. Very rarely, of course, because of the nature of the things that I do. online. I play video games and analyze like human behavior most of the time, and work develop communication skills. Most emphasize communication skills most of the time, and then occasionally dabble in like critical thinking and problem solving skills whenever the opportunity presents itself, like this conversation that we're having here. That's what allowed you to get into your DTP. The industry experience. Interesting. But yeah, the funding environment isn't great at the moment. I see. You love to stay in academic science, but like you said, it's so cutthroat. It can promote a very unhealthy lifestyle. I was not equipped for that. Not that I wouldn't say I quit. I can see myself going back, but I have a lot of reservations when having to compete with my colleagues for limited resources. So for you to say in science, it'll probably be back into the industry. Yeah, exactly. Science is so hard to find that balance from a mental health perspective. Yeah, but also just on the social side, trying to explain to a partner why you're in the lab for 10 hours on some days but none on the other is very challenging. Yeah, I became increasingly isolated. The further I went into my career, the less and less contact I had with anyone. I lived alone. Sometimes I would like disappear for 2 or 3 weeks, and usually I don't have enough context to frequently determine if I'm okay. So that's one of the lingering signs, a lot of the flags where regardless of how productive I could be, and I keep committing to my work, against my poor judgment, I have developed better judgment for my work-life balance. Like, I took my work with me everywhere. Like, the work in lab doesn't even end in lab, and I lived across the street from my lab, so it often be like you enter. Of course, I enter a lot later in the day, but like you get in 10 a.m. and I might leave after midnight, and then I do it all over again. And when I'm at home, I just barely eat and sleep, and then continue to think about my work. Occasionally we would have like breaks maybe, and you go home, like you visit home, and all you can think about is your work. You gotta do your work. So my relationship with my career was, and I was very good at not showing weakness. So despite falling asleep sometimes standing up, and skipping meals like occasionally 2 or 3 days in a row, when I'm working, I am as professional as I can be. So I don't typically show weakness, but that is where at some point something's gonna give. So there were moments in that period when I saw, come to realization that I needed a break. So that's kind of why I'm not in the lab at the moment. That's not to say that it will be forever. I'm not that old, but I am approaching my 40s. Nevertheless, academic pursuits and intellectual pursuits are for a lifetime. So I didn't like suddenly just stop learning things and acquiring skills and engaging myself intellectually. However, it's been different now. It's been quite different. Exactly, never ends. You live 5 minutes from uni. That's exactly it. 5-minute walk from uni. I walk across the street. Within 5 minutes, on foot, I'm already in my lab. And even when you get home, it doesn't stop. Yeah. So hopefully you find your work balance. I don't know what it's like in the UK. It's one of those stories you hear very often if you're in the circle, right? But it's not often shared in a internet thing. You don't. It's one of those things like if your goal is to try to promote the pursuit of science and academics and whatnot, I think, yes, recognizing that work-life balance is very tragically could be very tragically devastating over time. That wouldn't work to the agenda of encouraging people to pick up science and whatnot. So it's kind of a tough ask when you ask someone like, oh, what do you like about your PhD program? Well, occasionally some people ask me what the thing in the back is behind me, and I would talk about the PhD, and then someone's like, oh, then you must know a lot of things, and people must respect you and all that stuff. It's rarely ever about any of those things, and I often talk about the thing that I value most in a PhD, the pursuit of PhD, and that is always feeling the comfort, or typically always feeling the comfort that you're going to know a lot of things, but you're also going to not know a lot of things. You may understand quite a lot of things in order to move forward, but know that there will be an unequivocal weight of not understanding a lot of things. However, you are not emotionally daunted by that perspective. And that, to me, is what a PhD stands for. If one manages to write a thesis, defend, the idea is that project is going to represent that thought, that metaphysical thought that I just shared. One of the greatest silver linings about pursuing higher education is that when you are presented with a problem, you feel far and far less insecure about all the things you need to know or want to know or could possibly know or don't know. And there's always a way for you to extract information and use and apply that information. So hopefully, maybe in another 3 years, we might have this conversation again. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. At least I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. But hopefully, you may feel the same way. You feel like you've gotten better at it in industry once you finish at 5. That was it. You tried to take this mindset into the PhD and has definitely helped. For you, it's that idea that you'll know a lot about little, and you feel like you ever go into something, you'll feel you know everything, you've done it wrong. Yes, it's the pursuit of academia, right? Like whenever you spend time in academia, that void of application, seeing application or the results, is something that must be managed mentally. You're gonna learn a lot about the minuscule, like a very small specific sphere. And if you're not comfortable with that and not seeing the fruit of your labors, like actualize the fruit of your labors, then that's where kind of industry helps balance things, or being in applied sciences and whatnot. But in order to get to that, oftentimes it requires your appreciation for academics, like the academia thing. So it's kind of like language learning. I've been language learning. I'm not sure if you're interested in language learning. But language learning, often, if you're thinking about the applied manner that people talk about, it can be just as demoralizing. When people pick up language learning, they often think about, oh, when am I going to be fluent? Oh, what is the fastest route that I can get to applying and using my language right off the bat? Like, they often continuously concern with a position that may or may never happen. That may or may never happen, right? May or may not happen. So that is exceptionally daunting to the people that I've encountered online, but they are also relatively young. Some of them are university students, and older adults that are not familiar with what we're talking about here, the PhD mindset. The idea is you have to be able to appreciate what you can do in the presence of the knowledge you have, and then work that knowledge with maybe a distant goal in mind. But the idea is one of the commonalities between colleagues that have graduated with PhDs is the often feeling like, oh yes, but I can make this work. We can continue to make this work, despite being incredibly aware that you may never approach like that satisfactory result of application that you can have. And that's hard to communicate to individuals who still view it like back in the day, where if you haven't pursued something in which there isn't an exact answer, no one may know the answer, things are very confusing, and when you constantly look back, there are always quote unquote wrong things about it because your knowledge is incomplete. It's always in a process. It's consistently in limbo. You're constantly operating with partial information. Now, on the internet, that's not what the appearance gives. Like, that's not the normalized behavior for individuals online and for those who do not have this pursuit. And again, like, let's put this into perspective. PhD is still less than 1% of the world's population. At least I think. Maybe 2. I don't know if it's gone up to 2. Someone who's multilingual, like sufficiently multilingual, it's around that same percentage as well. So we can kind of like draw a bit of a sampling parallelisms where whatever I'm talking about, it's around 1%. I see. I think it's still around 1%. Is I use the word 1%. I use the ballpark 1%. So the things that I'm talking about, like maybe between you and me, we have to keep in mind that it is something that's only shared with a incredibly, at least I can be comfortable in saying this, an incredibly minority opinion, right? A minority experience. But you can kind of make it relatable to other things. And one of the things is definitely language learning or like finding information, right? Like, hear me out. What is the normalized procedure when someone tries to solve a problem? They enter that problem into a search engine, and then that search engine presents you with the solution to those problems. And there is converging evidence gathering, but the algorithm could provide that confirmation bias for you right away. And there's no necessary next following steps or the other steps of like null hypothesis testing or like framing it or integrating your existing knowledge with the incoming knowledge, right? So when we talk about this state where you feel like you're always understanding maybe a little bit more about something and then finding an indefinite vast of unknowns with every new piece of knowledge, I think that has been removed largely. That type of thinking and participation in using knowledge and information has been removed by the convenience of the internet. So whenever I have a conversation regarding like statistics or leaps of logic, I think oftentimes it is lost in the conversation. Like the conversation that you and I are having right now, it's very different. I tend to use a code switching to compartmentalize the way I would interact with someone who may be pursuing a long stay in academia and also have a lot of prior experience in, let's say, a advanced professional position than the usual conversations. Like, what's your advice on language learning? And usually for someone maybe relatable in an advanced degree would be, well, first you would have to write down and explain and express everything that you already currently know and do. That's where you typically start, because then you know how the advice is applicable to you or not. So if someone were to ask me, a stranger who is also underqualified at the moment in language learning, what I can genuinely say is, oh, tell me a little bit about yourself, right? Like, how do you go about acquiring knowledge and integrating knowledge in the first place? I would start there. But that's not kind of how the internet works. As an antidote, most people take the highest trending solution or the most influential solution and they propagate it without being able to explain or express the methodology underlying the presumed results you get from that approach, right? And that's kind of the state of interaction these days. I don't know if you ever I again, this is like putting more on your plate, but if you ever consider tackling the question of what happens when you decide to learn another language, you know, from scratch. Basically, that's like going from, in my opinion, it's like going from chemistry to physics. You kind of know some foundational extractable skills that are applied to the acquisition of knowledge when you're studying chemistry and then in physics, but ultimately, while there's some foundation and parallelisms you can draw, like from like linguistics, the foundational stuff, the content is very abstractly different, and you get to revisit the way you acquire these foundational knowledge again. It's a really fun exercise. It's kind of like switching majors or something all of a sudden. Honestly, if I had to think about it, it's kind of like going from undergrad to graduate school. You learn that most of your prior knowledge was foundational and that they had no elements of nuance, and those nuances are what disqualifies or maybe may lead to misrepresentations of the principles then you will become familiar with in graduate school. And then during your pursuit of PhD, you realize, oh, that's why it's always confusing and filled with nuances and incompletes. So then, I'm not sure if English is your preferred language. It can happen. I'm not sure about the UK, but I often talk about, this is where I digress into how the more educated you become, the more likely that you sound like a politician. Or in other words, a person who predominantly speaks in the subjunctive, in the English subjunctive. So you always have words like, oh, disagreeable, something, perhaps, feel, you know, potential, varied. You kind of shift from trying to say never, always, is, all the indicative stuff, and it's been an interesting adjustment. I don't sound like this 90% of the time. I generally sound like this whenever I'm in like the proper environment or have the proper speaking discussion partner. Yeah, English is your first language. If you could be happy, I could join the Discord if you want to chat. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, feel free. You can join the Discord is oh, you mean like chatting like right now. If you want, like, usually I would use my Discord off stream. So if you ever want to like just shoot ideas back and forth and whatnot, feel free. But probably not during this thing. If you were talking about like literally right now. Requires planning and all that. Are you ever curious about learning another language? And you said it's your first language. So would that imply that you have a second language? I wonder what that is. Irish? Oh yeah. Yeah, you can join the Discord. Like, feel free. We can like, when when I type is like a whole different person. So we can get as nerdy and analytical and precise as you want. Melanoma. I'm gonna be real, I'm not entirely sure. There are some recent developments in melanoma that I'm aware of. Oh, I worked in genetics, by the way. I was in molecular biology. So my background was in mutagenesis. So in a way, I did have somewhat of a background in oncology, but largely not in a hands-on approach. It's more like most of the oncology side of things are collaborating with other people, like a pathologist or anyone like a residential oncologist and whatnot. Not I myself did not have any first-hand experience in oncology. More like just knowledge base to complement the mutagenesis studies. Even just talking from an overview like we are is super nice. It's always helpful to speak to others who have gone through that academic pathway. I agree. I think if it wasn't for my the person that shaped my entire future, like my entire post-baccalaureate experience, was my academic advisor. He happened to have worked for the government agency, and that's how I ended up in a post-baccalaureate program, and then the rest was history. But it was my undergrad advisor that changed my route. I actually took the I considered med school, so I also did the medical exams too, just because, but it changed. Has changed. Yeah, I did genetics, so my oncology background is dealing with mutagenesis, how mutagenesis is related, specifically retrovirology. So we're talking about like integrating viruses, and the integrating viruses can create insertional mutagenesis. So that the readout for the insertional mutagenesis like protocol that we had for screening, like, you know, cancer markers and whatnot, it was used in an animal model, in this case the avian model, in order to use the tumor as a readout. So the tumor tissue was used as a way to take advantage of tumor biology, like cancer biology, to select for cancer markers or screening of cancer markers. And then you integrate that with your, at the time, extraordinarily trending high throughput sequencing techniques. So one of the elegant nature of viruses, especially retroviruses, is that they're quite minimalistic, like relatively speaking, as a biological tool, and coupling that with the renaissance in high throughput sequencing technology, like RNA-seq, that created an opportunity to use what we know about retroviral vectors, and then using that as a readout to induce insertional mutagenesis and transformation, and then using what we know about cancer biology, like tumors. Tumors are expansions of singular cells, right? Transformed cells, or at least that's the current dogma. I still think it's the current dogma. So, and then you use that to screen or enrich for cancer markers using RNA-seq or any form of high throughput sequencing at this point. You feel quite happy with your PhD supervisor? You're their 5th. Wow, a very young faculty. It's nice to have someone who's understanding that a PhD student isn't just a tool to generate data. That's kind of funny you say that. And my favorite part was to generate data. But yes, uh, uh my graduate advisor was also someone who did not treat, but I was like a I treated myself like a data machine. That was the part that I go in every day to do. We just generate data. But the downside possibly is it's like 90% negative data and 10% positive data. Actually, I think my graduate time was more like 95% negative data. The longer I worked, the higher that percentage got. On the genetic side, you're doing some biomarker analyses. Okay, so large scale RNA-seq to look at differential expression. Yeah, that's typically exactly 95% doesn't work and 5% works. Yeah. You have some experience with retroviruses, lentiviruses. Okay, to cause stable transfection. Yeah, the current dogma. Yep. So we did a natural infection, or like a controlled, but we use the most simplified, we'll just say the least confusing, maybe well characterized retrovirus in avian leukosis virus, to facilitate like engineering avian leukosis virus to be able to be read in a high throughput way. And then using that, we can literally excise tumors that transform, right? And then analyze that tissue for whatever markers that are enriched. And how we would use the location, the insertional location of that retrovirus as a way to create the flanking reads. Because the retrovirus would be a known sequence. So it itself would have inserted and disrupted different genes or reads or open reading. It doesn't have to be like actual coding regions. It can be all over the place, right? So the idea is that we took a virus that doesn't have necessarily a preferential insertional site. A lot of specific retroviruses would insert specifically in, like they would have some sort of bias where they would pick like open reading frames or like a protein coding sequence somewhere where the epigenetic markers or the epigenetic makeup of the location is more accessible to the virus. The avian variant that we were using had more of a promiscuous targeting positions, so that would allow when the tumor is transformed, whatever the markers are, it would allow us to investigate a larger width, because whenever we think about biomarkers, it can vary due to epigenetic differences between people or host or the animal model, and having something that's a little bit more promiscuous, a model can look for other potential markers that are lost due to the idea that when something is transformed, you have hits that are very predominant, right? They are like, you could say, the last straw that breaks the camel's back, the last one that is used for transformation. However, we wanted to know more, like all of the synergistic networks, or maybe even antagonistic networks, so loss and gain. So we wanted to create a bigger profile of it. One of the big things you are interested in is extracellular vesicles. Interesting. Basically vesicles from the cell endosomal pathway. And when looking for biomarkers in these, how are extracellular biomarkers? Is that a newer idea? I'm not sure how the biomarkers of the vesicles relate to tumorigenesis or something readout downstream, especially when looking from a whole blood perspective. Okay, deconvoluting the genetic data is a real challenge, so just working out where signals has come from. I see. Like last 6 years has become big. Yeah. The thing that was quote unquote big, it was kind of still is like it's actually within the last 6 or 7 years as well, was like trying to find a sufficient way to reliably map and or like characterize the epigenetic environment of the genome and how that correlates with, gain of mutation, loss of mutation, right? Because if you can protect or reinforce or like modify the epigenetic status of your genome, that can be an alternative way to look at how eventually we get the big C, right, over age. So like epigenetic markers can indicate many things that can correlate with, say, aging or some sort of change in expression patterns. And it also can lead to what was the main focus of the lab in general, non-coding sequences, non-coding RNA sequences. That was like the trend. I think it's still trendy now to look at basically, the other 80% to 90% of the genome and all the things that are associated outside of the genome itself, but it would impact the actual genome itself. So the lab typically focused on anything that is largely outside of your classical coding sequences and whatnot. But the research eventually relates back to how it impacts those downstream effectors, because you need funding, you need to know that it results in something that is dogmatic and or relatable or applicable. But yeah, we were really far interested in non-coding antisense and sense RNA molecules. And vesicles are probably, like, extracellular vesicles are probably filled with them. So I imagine that's what you're looking at for a parsing genetic data. You're probably looking at the byproducts and or potential products that are downstream of expression. Endosomal compartments like vesicles may contain quite a lot of things that are far more less characterized than, like, say, a protein sequence or mirroring expression or something like that. But what I mean is specifically proteinaceous experience. The vesicles are probably filled with plenty of like nucleic, nitrogenous elements, the nucleic acid variety that have like antisense RNAs, sense RNAs, and microRNAs. That's what my lab was most interested in. The idea of characterizing something dealing with the stuff that we haven't characterized for a very long time, because it seems like non-coding sequences like microRNAs and whatnot. We were an RNA lab. So how they're involved, not just looking at protein expressions. So that's kind of how I think we're related in some way when you're looking at extracellular vesicles. The RNA profile EVs mimic the cell it has come from. Oh, that's interesting. So you can differentiate cells with the profile of the EVs. That seems very reasonable. Additionally, as they had a lipid bilayer that can transport miRNAs, microRNAs, proteins, etc., in an environment free from enzymatic degradation. Oh, okay. So there aren't any like. Oh, I wonder how robust that is. How enzymatically, like how preservative are those vesicles? So basically, you can have EVs secreted from melanoma cells. Oh, in the bottom layer of the skin, traveling all over the place, and there's strong evidence that these melanoma EVs bind to different areas and facilitate metastasis. Oh, So the EVs themselves, huh? Intriguing. Are there any, like, I'm guessing whatever is in the EVs are presented somehow and on the surface of the vesicles? Or do the vesicles do like some sort of endocytosis and dump their content into the cells, and then that's what happens downstream that causes the transformation? Does the EV stay extracellular when they're doing the interaction with their target? So the vesicles get uptaken. Okay, so it's what's in the vesicles eventually. I see. I haven't thought of it that way. Intriguing. Huh. That's really neat. And the payload delivered via that. Yeah. Yeah, so it's payload dependent. Yeah. Neat. Very neat. And you said that the content, the RNA profile of EVs mimic the cell it comes from. What about the surface markers? Do the surface markers of EVs, when you characterize the surface markers, do they also vary based on what the content is in the EVs? Maybe like they have characterizations with their cell type? Man, imagine using EVs as the properties of EVs as a targeting device. That's interesting. Like what? So hear me out. I'm gonna go one step. I was really interested in how targeting works on the genomic level and on the cellular level. So like, how do you get your thing to interact with a specific thing? And oftentimes, if you can identify something that's upstream that is specifically targeting or have the specificity necessary to target specific cells in which they would transform or have the propensity to transform, you can also utilize that as a way to find the minimum requirements of that interaction to happen as a form of delivery system. So if you can, like, for example, apply by characterizing an EV of a specific cell type, if it's very distinguishable and they can be cell specific targeted, you can deliver payloads in an EV to cells. That is amazing. I mean, for a long time now, obviously the holy grail of cancer, right? Cancer research is to be able to specifically target cancer cells, right? Or tumor cells that are specific to that tumor. So if an EV can be derived from a tumor, right? That tumor, if that EV has the targeting markers, ways from that tumor, you can also use that same EV, modify that type of design, and target that type of tumor, which would be, oh, that is the 1 million to 3 billion trillion dollar question, right? How to create a payload and a target specific way to deliver. Because therapeutics are great, they're very efficacious, but boy howdy, getting targeted things that doesn't impact the quality of life, off-target effects, that is like a $1 trillion thing. This is going to my bachelor's degree, or like my post-bac times. We were really focused on off-target effects of standard chemotherapeutics for the treatment of skin cancer, skin carcinogenesis, or many cancers, but oftentimes using the chemotherapy, like chemotherapeutics, they have off-target effects that actually may promote like skin carcinogenesis. So like chronic inflammatory response that may trigger skin carcinogenesis. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of all the time when I think about understanding how targeting works, because retroviruses also functions that way. When you think of the retroviral life cycle and how they are targeting specific cells, what type of cells, which organs, there is a preference, there's a bias to their targeting, and being able to manipulate that is an incredible boon to applied medicine, at least in my opinion. It's a very interesting question because we know that these EVs have specific markers from them, being endosomal in origin. Now they can have cell-specific markers, but you're not 100% sure on how well characterized they are. Finding a high throughput way, like a really rigorous high throughput way, maybe like combining mass spectrometry, like a workflow with mass spectrometry, and the way you can maybe enrich or produce the EVs from a tissue source or something could get you like a workflow that can get you to like rigorously create patterns and profiles for the EVs, and you might be able to even reconstruct an EV. That would be pretty awesome. I'm thinking of this more from like a retrovirology standpoint, because our understanding of vectors and cloning, like the tools that you have for that we have now for maybe tens of years, right? Maybe even 100 years now, they are usually the adoptions of understanding how those entities work, and we modify them. I haven't ever thought about delivering a payload. That would be probably my first thing. If I find a lab that is able to deliver payload like that, that sounds amazing. When you're thinking about retrovirology, you're often thinking about how to deliver payload, because the payload is the retroviral genome, because it encodes pretty much all of its sufficient necessities to replicate, right? Once the host is infected. So this is where it gets really interesting. One thought you had is that we know EVs can have receptors from the cell of origin. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. On what stops this EV from getting taken up by, say, endothelial cell and recycling the receptor to the cell surface? Exactly. There can be hijacking involved. Now you got an endothelial cell with a melanoma receptor on it. And so, for example, if a targeted therapeutic goes after a melanoma antigen, it is now also going to target, yes. So that could explain a downstream target effect. Yes, indeed. And there are other things like microenvironments. So EVs eventually become extracellular, right? And the extracellular matrix or the environment, when it's traveling, its surface markers can be modified specifically. So you can see it as a two-stage event. When it is endosomal, when it's inside, it has a different microenvironment. So those you would need to compare and contrast what happens when it's being synthesized within a cell before it exits the cell, and compare if the markers stayed the same. Because when things get excreted, they get modified. Viral coats can end up being modified as they're leaving and exiting different environments. So there's so many things, and obviously being extracellular is a pain in the butt. Like trying to characterize extracellular, you would need to ideally you would want a tissue environment, or like a in vitro system, so that you can extract them that mirrors the extracellular environment. But who knows what's happening in the extracellular environment? That's largely why back in my day we try to keep it simple and just stay in the cell. Just stay in the cell. Every time when something exits the cell, right, and viruses exit the cell, eventually the virions leave the cell, and you often wonder, like, how do you measure the local concentration? Like, what happens to it? Does it stay the same? And then somehow you need to extract all of it, but during that extraction process, you're going to affect the property of the thing you're looking for. So it's very difficult to create a real-time analysis technique while your your target is still in its what was the word that I've lost some of my vocabulary. How do you say their normal state, like their physiological state? Yeah, so the physiologically normal states. Often any post-analyses is a race against time because oxidation, anything can dramatically change unless you're studying a super robust entity, which makes sense that EVs would be one of them because it sounds like they're very robust. Virions, retroviral virions are kind of robust, but they're really still susceptible to like enzymatic degradation from any source, like your lab equipment. The protocols that you have would wreak havoc, and retroviruses are specifically incredibly sensitive, which is good and bad. Bad for studying, good because RNA content is like you want to be good at removing pathogens, so like that's kind of a good thing, but it's bad for studying because every time you're trying to work with it disappears. Like sometimes if you stare at your RNA sample, it might just degrade. That's a joke, but that's how I feel a lot of times. Like, you're working, you're extracting, and suddenly, oh, dang it, I just breathed next to my RNA sample. I guess now I better do it in triplicate just in case that RNA sample that I, like, it would be closed, right? But you just have this paranoia all the time. It's like, oh, nope, I breathed. We better go make a triplicate just in case that one is gone. It's not that bad, but it kind of depicts how the nature of working with sensitive chemicals. There was another joke. I don't know if you've been in the lab long enough to have these jokes. I'm not sure if UK has the same amount of same type of jokes, but oftentimes people ask about why do like scientists, wet lab people wear coats and gloves and stuff. And the joke in an RNA lab would be the gloves are to protect our samples. They're not to protect us. Like we're the problem when studying. Like being human is the problem with studying stuff. So the gloves is to protect our samples, not to protect us. Like years of work can go up in smoke because you just happen to be a really defined skin shedder. Like if your skin cell suddenly lands in your culture, that could be like 3 years like up in smoke. So most of the stuff, and that's when you really truly realize that you're in it now. The moment you realize wearing gloves is not a pain in the butt because the alternative is not protecting your samples. Like when you work in a lab long enough, you're wearing gloves because it doesn't keep you clean away from your samples. It's to make sure that your life's work up to this moment doesn't go up in flames. And that to me is truly the transition when you realize, yes, you've been in science for a very long time now. Like that ends up becoming a rationale for plastics, right? Aggressive plastics, sterilization, micromanagement of your environment, and always having constant sterility in your environment. Because if you want great results and consistent results, you have to armor up. So whenever someone gets like lazy, lazy wearing your goggles or lazy wearing a mask and like going through the protocols when you enter like an animal facility, right? For example, that to me is someone who may not still be cut out for science. That kind of thing. I'm not saying like it's a bad or a good thing. It's just a funny observation. At one point, you can correlate how meticulous someone is, like a seasoned scientist, from a lazy one, from someone who's like not really into the research. because they become more and more geared over time. Like whenever you touch something, wait, I don't want to touch this right now. I gotta go. And like because the stakes in the game continues to get higher and higher, and it is so scary. You know what's the worst nightmare that I have when I sleep at night? When I get up, I am always afraid that the minus 40 degree Celsius like storage malfunctions. Like the moment, and it's happened to me several times already through my career, when the cold storage, like the refrigerator unit or the liquid nitrogen started leaking or something, that's when panic happens. Like you have like tens of years of samples and they're just your minus 80 and minus 40 storage, absolutely panic. Your minus 80 broke literally last week. Yeah. Ugh, it's so scary. Hello there, Jazz. Hello. Sorry, I haven't talked about science in a really long time this way. Most of the time when I was talking with another person, we were talking about like semantics. Largely, it seems like you have a really youthful passion for science. I like that. I really like that there are still very youthful people talking publicly about their research. I kind of miss it. I do miss it a lot. Nowadays, I'm like what do you call it? I'm like the TED Ed speakers, where like I know about all these things happening, but I have no authority or influence or ability to affect whatever's going on. I can tell you that these things are happening on my point of interest, but that's as much. It feels very different. The things that I'm talking about, like the experiences that I'm sharing now about like minus 80s and minus 40s and the glove things, that's experience. Those are the experience things. You only can understand those things not from being like an internet expert, right? So I like sharing those things because the longer you've been in a lab, you just know. I mean, there are other funny ones that other people can relate, like when you go to your camera system, right? When you go to your camera system to take a picture of your Western blot or something, and you notice that the first time you enter a lab, it boot up Windows 95. And your first thought is, wow, let's go look through the files that are shared on this server. It's like the entire lab's raw data on this like computer that looks like it's operating on 1 gig of RAM and like peaking out and having temporary memory saturation on servers like that. That's another experience, you know, like. And then someone from outside could say, well, why don't they just upgrade those computers and stuff? Like, do you have money? Like, it costs millions of dollars. People are already upset that it costs millions of dollars to do reproducible data that ends up 95% of the time being negative data. And now you're telling me that we wouldn't, like, the lab would decide to splurge on storage devices and mechanical things. The labs like that squeeze every ounce of their money towards the experiments. So it's one of those things, like someone who's like in a corporate or high tech or something, they're like, oh, but it costs so little. Gift those labs those things, please. At least in my opinion. Like, my first thought is, if you think it's easy and it costs nothing and you have the like the privilege to have that, help those labs, like upgrade their equipment and whatnot. Because whenever the real, like, unfortunate truth for like people who are in there is that yeah, there's no time to worry about a $100 subscription to Windows 11 or Windows 365. That $100 may buy you like enough reagents for like gels for maybe a month. And I prefer to spend having gels for a Western blot than having a license for like Windows 11. So that's kind of one of those things that you can only appreciate if you understand how tight money is, especially in academic labs. It's the sort of stuff you only understand if you ever worked in the lab. Yeah. You're also pretty sure you're in like the top 0.01% for Western blot runs. In industry, I was running 24 gels at a time. When I was in the lab, in the 2 years I was working for the government, we bought gels. So we bought prepared gels, right? In my graduate lab, I made gels, but I remember somewhere along the lines, like we had to do a screen, and this was before high throughput sequencing, right? It was a bit before high throughput sequencing was super accessible. So in order to do it, I would do like 36 lane gels, and I would run like a panel for every single condition. So there would at least be 36 conditions and 2 gels for each condition, and we would have to complete them by the end of the month because we wanted to get like all the relatives. So we had to make sure all the standards are the same. So we couldn't just say, oh, I'm good enough to adequately do this. So there were like lots of repeatables, and same here, like you just brute force your way. You had to make sure all the exposures were the same, all the reagents were exactly as close as possible so that they can be compared, because they can't be run at the same time. And I think that is also something, sampling bias and sampling spuriousness and batch effects. Oh, I haven't used that word in a while. Batch effects. Man, I can't even inculcate how batch effects affect so many things, let alone explain to most people, right, that read data online and stuff, how important methodology is, because you have to account for batch effects, where the statistical variance between your prep may or may not show up or recorded or explained in a reported data, right? So it is assumed that it is consistent enough. But hear me out. I think I was pretty meticulous back in the day, and even then, the effects and changes in expression that you're looking for could potentially vary just because you did one on one day and you did one on another day, and it like drove me insane. The nice thing is you can still do relative standards, so every single thing has to have a standard and a control. Try explaining that to a layman about data. When someone like arbitrarily says, oh, I think I've improved today, what's your standard? What's your control? So you then have to normalize all of your standard and all your controls off of a Western blot. So every single Western blot needs expensive, like very highly groomed, consistent standards, so you can like do all your meta-analyses of the blot, so that then you can normalize all of them to their standards, and then standards look at the spuriousness of the standards and the controls, and then you can finally look at the relative comparison of your expression levels of your proteins. If all of this sound like gibberish, not to you, obviously, but to anyone else who is gonna listen to this in the future, that to me is why I think there is a far difference between speaking to someone who understands how to work with data versus someone who knows a lot of data. When you know a lot of data, is very rarely apparent what could go wrong with that data. If you're not acquiring data in any time of your career, you're oftentimes, it's not a bad or a good thing. You can still do that with the oversight of a person who's acquiring the data, who is in the methodology. But in my opinion, that's what happens when you're online. You look at results, you look at conclusions, and my first comment often is, what's the methodology? Because if the methodology is not sound, all the things you say afterwards is irrelevant, or it could even be misleading. It could coincidentally be okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that the data is correct. It just happened to coincidentally lead to the same conclusion. Same here in industry was precast, precast gels. And now you have them. Have you heard? Yes, AppCam. We had a combination of AppCam and Biorad stuff. So Biorad and AppCam. Biorad for the gels. AppCam provided most of the antibodies. But we kind of bumped between AppCam and Novagen or something like that. I think it's something like Novagen. There were 3 antibody suppliers, and then nearly all of our tools came from Biorad. So all the specific readers and what do you call the thing? ELISA, the thing that reads ELISAs and but Biorad made a whole line of them. Oh, RT-PCRs and stuff, like an RT-PCR machine. They were all Biorad, as far as I remember. That's who you work for in industry? AppCam? Oh, I see. Fair enough. I demand some refunds on some of the antibodies. No, I'm kidding. You know what's devastating? Okay, here's another. I'll give one last one. I really wasn't expecting to like talk about science. Here's another one for the lab. When you buy antibodies or when you buy any reagent, you hope that the reagent is it's kind of like buying food, right? Imagine buying a super rare food item. I'm using an analogy because Jazz is here as well. So imagine buying a food item, like an ingredient, and you promise yourself that if you bought from a merchant and that merchant said for $30,000, this small tiny amount will be shelf stable for the duration of all the food that you want to make with this reagent, I'll pay you anything. Because when it comes to antibodies, when you buy that, you really, really hope that by the time you run out of that antibody, you don't have to buy another one. Because the moment you buy another one, you have to redo every single one of your standards and your controls because it might not be the same anymore. Batch effects, I'm telling you. Batch effects makes me want to flip a table. So and that's your due diligence. You have to get used to that. Like, no matter what you do, standards, control. If you think you're beyond having a control or a standard, later down the road, you're probably going to kick yourself. Yes, especially polyclonal antibodies. Oh my gosh, heckin' polyclonal antibodies, because they're messy. They're really messy. So you would have to tweak, and you hope that you don't have to tweak it too much to provide enough consistency and resolution before the antibody runs out. There were so many times where I had to wager. Okay, what if I take, and then hear me out. I even considered the idea, okay, I only have this much volume left of this particular antibody and this one, and they're supposed to be the same thing, right? So my thought is, I don't start an experiment if I know I have to calculate all the volumes out. in advance, and then plus or minus a certain amount to make sure that I can reach the end of my experiment. And then what I have left over, I would combine those things in order to reach the threshold. And that's how I try to create consistency in my data. It's outrageous how, no, it's not outrageous. I tell you now though, that's how I evaluate most things in life now. Like how I evaluate, am I improving in Japanese? Am I getting better at running? But those things, I don't know if people think about those things when they test things. You know, even convergent, when you do a meta-analysis, you still have to do a semblance of that. You have to understand where your source is coming from and how, like, if the methodology is even comparable. Batch effects are the effects of methodology upstream. So considering what your source and the methodology to produce that, there's always something before it. So you gotta account for that. You know, selection bias, so many things. But that was a particular one where, since I don't no longer work in science, I usually use food as an example. Like you buy this priceless food and you're like, you just hope you don't have to buy anything else beyond the use of that thing. Once it's gone, your first thought is, do I start over? Because you're gonna have to start over. You have to re-standardize whatever it is. Like standardization can only go so far for you. And here's another thing. I'm trying not to like put a dig to industry, but industry standards are very different from academic standards. And industry standards are sufficient. They operate on sufficiency. Academia operates on idealism. So oftentimes those things don't meet eye to eye when it comes to the sufficient QC for an ideal situation. And that's one of the things that you often have to negotiate. You have to design your experiment in a way that it can tolerate industry sufficiency because it's practical, right? It's about time, volume, you reach sufficiency. And in academia, it's idealism. That's why it sucks. Like, in my opinion, like, I often talk about others who like learn things and try to solve problems. Like nowadays, people think about things in ideal cases. And that's one of the downsides, or one of the double-edged things about academia. You're working in idealism. And I often voice concerns about applying idealism. So when you're online and you're like looking at this person's advice for how to sleep better, you have to understand that if you treat that person's data and results and advice as idealistic, like idealistic as possible, then it's not pragmatic. It tends to fail. It would be unnecessarily sufficient, right? You have to lower your expectations, create a sufficient bottom line, and therefore have applicable use for it, or a wider applicable use for it. The reason why I say that is it's translating from my time in academia. Academia has to operate in idealism, ideal conditions, ideal work environments, because it kind of requires that to get answers or get things. In industry, medicine, your life, the advice that you're looking for application. For time, tolerance, there's sufficiency. So then whenever you work in a lab and you happen to be working in academia, oftentimes you want to say, maybe I know a guy who's making their own thing. If you know a guy, you know, if you're like that baller who has connections with the original source of something like antibody or something, you would more likely try to collaborate with them than immediately default to industry. You have to understand that your experiment can tolerate the sufficiency of industry because they make good enough, not best. And academia can destroy someone's mentality and mindset when they're not used to saying, this is not good enough constantly. Like, oh, my control could be better. Oh, my standards could be better. Like, this could be better. Because in order to publish something, you have to reach more than sufficient. It has to often be, and that creates that cutthroat thing. The people who win in the cutthroat competition is they have the resources to have ideal situations happen. In academia, when you have like a struggling lab or a smaller lab, you don't have ideal conditions. And even trying to buy things that are sufficient makes it difficult. And it's a really deeper web that I'm trying to go into, but it's one of those things. And I didn't have to work in industry. I obviously took note of industry from colleagues, those colleagues who are not in industry. You have to meet a bottom line. So, and oftentimes in an academic lab, those bottom lines are not sufficient. Like they're not sufficient. And one of them would be like antibody production. If at all, it would hurt the business. And I'm not saying like AppCam and stuff should only release monoclonal antibodies. It might not be possible, right? So sometimes pragmatism takes hold. That means it's good because at least you have something that may work versus not having anything at all. And that's one of the academic side's problems, where if you're always operating on idealism, you end up missing and having holes in your like reasoning and your methodology because you keep hoping that everything always works out like perfectly. And it's like, whoa, calm down. We need some contingency plans. And one of the most successful and consistent ways that I've seen my colleagues and stuff become consistently successful in academia is they choose to basically sacrifice their well-being and their mental health to try to fit in as many contingencies and as many ways an experiment can go wrong in their methodology, just in case. The longer the experiment, like if it's 1 year, you're going to spend like 2 years trying to find those contingency plans. If it's a 3-year project, you're going to spend like 6 years trying to make sure that that project doesn't go off. Like what happens when this fails here? What happens when this fails here? Like absurd. And not very healthy, but it's also very fun. I mean, I'm saying this with a smiling face, of course, in both regards. In all honesty, they have moved to just monoclonal antibodies, but as a result, they charge more money for it. Yes, exactly. Because I would expect no more than that. They would most definitely have to charge more money. Like now you can take that situation and then translate it to a model where you're constantly producing an exhaustive source. Like I wouldn't want to be the person constantly producing that monoclonal antibody if there wasn't enough money to continually support the innovation and the R&D and presenting all the quote unquote the ideal manufacturing conditions for that. So it's like a chain. They're dependent on each other, but it can fail in so many places. Like this, in my opinion, is the second element of a PhD. You learn to appreciate, to trust, and work with other people. And you learn how to judge who you're looking for. And then you expect your colleagues to know what they're looking for too. And that's one thing that I think is incredibly underrated in working in like a high stakes professional investigation. And I talk about like being a judge of character or like learning about who illustrates critical thinking or problem solving. Like who would I want to work for or work with, right? And that goes a long way because you can't do it yourself. You can't produce the antibodies yourself. You cannot do your standards all by yourself. there are going to be things you don't have time to do downstream or upstream. How do you create and foster a consistent way to make sure all your workflow is consistent? And it's funny, the reason why I'm bringing this up is I've met a lot of people in other fields who's been pursuing other careers, especially computer sciences, and they often constantly talk like they either avoid or they talk as though they never need anyone else, like as though their problems and their projects will often consistently be attainable by themselves, right? And that's a different field. Maybe it's true for computer sciences, but often my perspective, I offer an alternative perspective. When you end up pursuing something to a degree, to an extraordinary degree, it becomes incredibly apparent that you got to shelve your pride and your ego and come up with a working workflow in a way that you can ascertain how to consistently collaborate with people or even your sources. How do you figure out what is a reliable source of this and whatnot? So when you're talking to people, you have to come up with that at some point. It's not like a skill that would be prioritized if someone else is handling it, right? That's fair enough. You can delegate that to someone else. But for myself, I've come to realize that is a great skill to have. The idea that at some point, like, okay, well, I can't do this, and I don't know a lot about this. Where do I start by looking for a collaborator? It's not as great nowadays, in my opinion, in science because budget's tight and whatnot, and there's a lot of cutthroating and all that. But it works elsewhere. It works quite elsewhere, where like if you're doing content creation or something, that skill still works fairly well. You know who you're like, flags, red flags, green flags, go flags, what your various flags on how to create a working environment. In fact, that's kind of one of the skills you naturally end up getting if you end up pursuing academia, right? Obviously, I'm not suggesting, Blueberry, that you're gonna continue to be in academia, but you have to form your lab at some point, right? You got to present yourself in a manner that attracts students, or like if you were to be like a tenured faculty or something, that stuff goes a long way, in my opinion. I'm a little biased, but I now largely focus on like behavioral developments and communication developments. So when I go and choose or maybe like work in an environment in which I may be in charge, human resources or human management, it goes an incredibly long way to still develop your social side. Yeah. Like it right now, it can be very undervalued. Like when you first enter, you have other things to worry about, like results, right? Like your thesis and all that. Yes. And then when you settle in long enough, there are going to be times where the beauty of science, in my opinion, at least science, and then other careers as well, but I'm speaking specifically for science. The beauty of science is that there are other brilliant people in your community, the greater scientific community. And if you just happen to be, I still think it's a minority for social skills in the sciences, because there's not a lot of time made for that, right? But if you happen to be one of those, that's what separates like the baller labs from a struggling lab, where people want to work with you. So it's both inward and outward when you're able to command at least some semblance of social skills. And then, identifying who to work with. Your consistent success goes up a lot of times. And that's borrowed from industry. Industry, businesses, startups, although they sacrifice something too. They sacrifice the on-hand experience, right? So if you have like a CEO or a startup of a CEO or sign who's also hands-on, who has a background and experience, then you get the opposite situation where they have the rare extra skill of being inclined in understanding what the pragmatic obstacles that must accomplish, but they excel at the social side. It's crazy. So interesting. Like that's where I am right now. I haven't decided if I wanted to go back, but I thought of if there's anything, I would be a human resource, like a consultation lead on a group project or something. I think that's probably where I would find that not everyone likes, like assigned, hear me out, a lot of times wet lab scientists are not people who want to be in a human management position. But if you just so happen to have that, there's probably a demand for that. It's kind of like going into computer sciences and hoping that you only have a desk job and you don't have to handle human resources. I'm more likely to be inclined to be that guy that's in human resources now, where I still have hands-on experience about the everyday goings and interest in what my peers are doing, while also being able to mediate all their concerns to a higher executive who would likely not have that experience, right? So over the last like 5 or so years, I've been trying to develop this bridge in communication and maybe apply for a position in like lab management in some way. So then it would be like the ideal situation where I'm able to communicate to someone who lacks the experience, your executives, and then I can communicate with those who have a lot of hands-on experience, but maybe their communication skills with their executives are not that great because they don't care about it, rightfully so, because they can focus on their work. So you have someone that handles that, and that's kind of where I sit right now. While I have these anecdotes and stuff, my hands-on science is non-existent. It has been in existence for over 5 years. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I've been sidetracked with Blueberry here, who is a PhD candidate in a field of oncology, or actually molecular biology. Blueberry is a molecular biologist, or an aspiring molecular biologist at least. And I haven't talked about molecular biology at all. Jazz, it's molecular biology. I was a molecular biologist. I think you know what yours is. Yours is Earth or geology. Oh, I see. I was a molecular biologist. I specialized in RNA content, like RNA entities, largely retroviruses. On that note, you need to head off as it is nearly 4 a.m. in the UK? Dang. Four a.m.? I thought we were... Oh, we're 5 years... Oh, we're 5 hours apart because of daylight savings. That's right. Daylight savings. Yes. Yeah, sleep well. I've met another... I know another British person that I hang out every once in a while. Ooh, it would be fun to have you guys chat about UK stuff, outside of the science thing. His name is Procall, but he only shows up on weekends. He's at uni, I think. He's doing I wanted to say he's a CS major, but yeah, so anytime. Jazz is and Jazz is 6 hours ahead in the future. Jazz is way on the other side. I didn't realize you were in a science field, Jazz. We didn't talk about your background, although we gotta finish this. Today is a long day, so we better get on top of this. We'll have to talk about that, Jazz, your background. I know absolutely nothing about geology. It's an exaggeration, but it might as well be nothing, because my cynical side would suggest that even my specialties I don't know a lot about. So things that I don't know a lot about by choice, I know nothing. Yeah, we have the same we have the same time zone. Pretty convenient. Convenient. Okay, sorry, guys. That last 2.5 hours, um, I haven't talked about science, like the laboratory and science related things in so long, right? In very, very long time. If anyone was interested in what it sounds like between me and a colleague, like just a random colleague, Blueberry and my conversation here just now, like for 2 hours, it's like if you go to a conference, like if you go to a conference on cancer, like the American Cancer Association, and you go to like, I don't know, San Francisco or something, and you go in a conference, and you meet another stranger from a different discipline. Like molecular biologists would be like the umbrella, and then Blueberry would be studying a different aspect of molecular biology, and I would be studying a different aspect. But if we just so happens to be in a meet and greet, like in a cafeteria or something, and we strike up at an academic concert, yeah, imagine that. What you call it, if you know, just happens, that's what I do in meet and greets. So if I go to a conference and it was like a mixer, most of these conferences have mixers, so we would all have like name tags, where we're from, like what what academic institution we represent. I would just try to shoot up a conversation, because over time, as I was getting older, I realized that that becomes incredibly important. So near the end, I was talking about social skills. It's still very uncommon. It's still very uncommon for that to happen. But nowadays, if I were to go back, right, I would do that probably most of the time. I actually avoided that earlier on in my career. So super like Blueberry might be in that situation still, where it might be uncomfortable, but nowadays I would approach someone and talk. So that conversation would be around the type of conversation I expect, like, oh hey, what lab do you work at? It's like, oh, what currently interests you? And then we would find like ways to bridge the conversation. uh okay, not everyone knows everything. You also don't know too much about microbiology. I don't either, actually. Academic Jazz, I don't know anything about a lot about microbiology as well. You might be thinking, wait, didn't you say I said molecular biology? Microbiology is something that I'm scared of. Like, so I've met a couple of microbiologists in my life, but I work in molecular biology, so molecular tends to not deal with the things that are in micro. I know those words are the same, like on the outside, but they tend to be very different. Oh, what? Oh, hear me out. I got one for you. I got a joke for you, Jazz. It's like calling a geologist a oceanographer. If you know what I mean. Like, it's still planet Earth, but oceanography is nearly exclusive of there will be like things related between geology and oceanography, but I'm not sure if this is still true though. Hear me out. Microbiology tends to deal with like protozoans, or not protozoans, prokaryotes. So bacteria, single cell organisms, and whatnot. And molecular can be anything dealing with mostly multicellular things. So things in like a eukaryotic situation. So I study viruses. Viruses tend to be under molecular biology. Microbiology is like whatever you choose your favorite bacteria. It's interesting. I know, and it doesn't really explain it. Like, what I mean is, how could possibly someone know that micro is referring to that and molecular is referring to something else? It's a language problem. Let's just blame English. You know, let's just blame English. Yeah, another semantics, exactly. So I just wanted to be clear because I didn't know if you knew what I meant when I said molecular biology. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about bacteria, or I know very little about bacteria that any college student would know. So like when someone comes up to me and say, "Oh, like how do you sanitize like chicken meat?" It's like, I don't know. That's a bacterial thing. Like that's kind of one of those situations where like if you're on the same page, then it would I wouldn't say I don't know most of the time. Yeah. Like we study molecular studies, like you know how like if you ever see a chart where you have like a protein interacting with like molecules and stuff, that's molecular biology most of the time. Micro is when you see like those squiggly bacterial cells moving around and whatnot. That's usually like the most layman's term representation. So if you see like a bunch of things like wiggling around with like hair and stuff and disease, a lot of like specific diseases and whatnot that are caused by like hygiene or something, that's probably your micro situation. And then molecular is like what's a really modern day example of what you see in the wild in molecular biology? No, that's biochemistry. What's the most common? Viruses. Viruses are most common. Yeah. Like vaccines. Vaccines would be the most common thing that deals with molecular biology. Your antibiotics would be probably the closest thing to a microbiology question. And then the actual medication is probably far more in chemistry. You don't need to know about viruses, but I did have to pick up stuff about tiny things like, oh, radiolarians or planktons. I know only of them. I have no idea what you would need to know them for. If you know what I mean. Like, I have no idea why you would need to know those things, but I know that those things exist. Maybe even like phosphorescent things, possibly, or bioluminescent things like worms in geological features, right? Probably things that deal with bioluminescence and phosphorescence. That's what I can think of if I think of geology in terms of something that might come up in molecular biology, like how that stuff works, like how bioluminescence works, like the glowing things that glow, right? And there are lots of geological features that are characterized by bioluminescent activity, but the things that are bioluminescent are probably in a different field, like entomology or something. But why they glow and how they glow could be something that I would know. Could be. I actually don't know. Well, I a little bit. I did use some form of bioluminescence in back in the day. Interesting. Sorry, I'm kind of just nerding out. Of course. How else will I fall asleep? Maku's tangent always do the trick. True. I fully embrace that. All right. Let's get back. Hopefully I finish before 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. today. All right.
Kanashimu.
Did I not type that the first time? I swear. Oh, this is what happens when you stop focusing for a while, because I was stuck on this. The first time I was looking, I'm like, wait, why is this not working? And there's a great example of sometimes when you step away and then come back, it's good to go. I still didn't figure out the other one thing. Earlier I was stuck on this. As per the meme, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. So it isn't about putting the fries in the bag, huh? I'm still cooking. Just let me cook. Sorry, I'm only laughing at myself because nowadays I've acquired Gen Z lingo from online and from other people, and nowadays I don't mind it at all. You know, doing a little cooking. For the record, I wasn't talking like that to Blueberry. Okay, I'm just throwing in some Gen Z lingo because now we're back to streaming. Okay, we're back to doing the, you know, the same old skippity, right? Okay, let's see. What is this? How well versed are you with Gen Z lingo? Yeah, it's online. Since we're from like different places, how familiar are you with Gen Z lingo? Are you like comfortable? Is that what you do when you talk with other people? I think Bree hasn't given me a green light on Gen Z lingo. I think Bree is incredibly tame. Like pretty middle of the road. No like dramatic things. The person that I talk to on a daily basis though, that's like 90% of his vocabulary can come off as Gen Z lingo. Not at all. You don't understand the things they say. Oh, okay. Are you familiar with cook? Like let them cook. I like that one. It's actually a resurrection of an old one. So the Gen Z lingo that is a resurrection of like old 80s and 70s English, I don't mind at all. You're letting someone cook, so you let them do their thing. That's referring to, you know, like the kitchen, right? Just let me cook. Like go do your thing and just let me cook, right? And then there's the phrase cooked, as in the past tense cooked. And when you're cooked, it's more like overcooked. So like when you're cooking and you got cooked, right? That means you overdid it. You're like screwed. It's done. It's cooked. not in a good way, in a bad way. I've warmed up to that quite a bit. But you hear some terms but you never make the effort to apply it to your everyday. That's fair enough. My vocabulary tends to be very different from other peeps. Occasionally I throw it in to raise the cringe level. I'm how you say that guy that wants to be hip, but it's funny that I'm not hip, and therefore it's cringe. So then kids don't mind me. Like that kind of guy, you know? The guy that tries, but it's funny to try guy. Not the one that where the guy tries so hard and it drives them away kind of situation. So I throw in just enough for the peeps. But I don't try to deliberately make it sound natural because it's not. It ain't my scene, you know? It ain't my scene. All right. So I had three things. These three things really suck. I have nowhere. Oh wait. I had to write the last thing. What was the last thing? No. Kanashimu is fine. So this one I have to write down because I have no idea. Or so O was something. That's an honorific. O plus either generation or world. I think I want to put generation. Plus quit, right? And I'm pretty sure this is like flattery. Pretty sure this is flattery. Now, the problem is I don't know if the read is slightly different. Because if the read did not change, it would be oseji, which is not. Oh, wait. Oseji.
お世辞
Oseji. It's just shortened. And then pretty sure this is flattery. Okay, so that one's fine. That one's fine. And these two are horrific. So I think chotto. Okay, so it's a verbal noun possibly, or that says gomen. Sorry, chotto something kara whoa, what is that? Saki ni ikune. Ikune. Go first from. Go straight from something, from a little bit more of whatever this is. Sorry. Like, maybe walk forward a little bit more? Yeah, walk forward, or... Yeah, go forward a little bit more. From here, from this. And this is more like... What I got here is, I got hurry with a gu. Oh, it's screaming. Maybe hurry up a little bit? Oh, but that says Saki. Oh no, that's not even forward. That's previous from before. What is the read on this? I don't even know how to interpret this very well. What are my choices? I need a kun. Soul. Q. Q. Oh wait. It's not. It's just Kyuku. Kyuku. No? Oh. For a moment there I thought it was one of those like. Why do I want to say Sasagu? Oh, just kidding. That's for pass. Yeah, this one's definitely weak. Oh, Sutton. No, this is Sutton. Because hurry and Sutton are the same words. Or the same character. Suddenly? No. I think it's more like... Yeah, no, it's... No. This is... Oh, no. This is a verb. I think. It's to hurry. It's so easy to hurry. Yeah, it's so easy to hurry. This is to hurry, which is, it's so easy to hurry is what my mnemonic is. So it's isogu. I don't need to know this. This is fine. We'll just rely on mnemonics. Pretty sure it's isogu.
急ぐ
Actually, I kind of want to know what the sentence, how this sentence translated out. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Oh, I see. In a bit of a hurry. Oh, because... Oh, okay. Kara. Because. This is using causation. I'll go first, yeah. So, I'll go first because I'm in a hurry. Yeah. Okay. Cause and effect. Okay. And then the last one... Oh, wait. And I am drawing a complete blank on shu. The heck is shu in Japanese? Oh, is this... Wait, is this the same Chinese phrase that I'm having problems with, but it's modified? No. What was this? It was like absolutely, right? Oh no, that's 绝对 is not. But I'm pretty sure this also means absolute. Because this is absolute. And then absolute injustice. Wait. Absolutely not injustice. Yes. Absolutely injustice. So this is like just absolutely. And what does absolute mean? Ze? Why is it ze? Oh, zehi. Zehi. Yeah.
ぜひ
Zehi. Absolutely. Oh, and there's a pivot, actually. There's a pivot by all means. And right and wrong. I keep thinking of this as right and wrong, which is... it lines up with Chinese. Right and wrong. Left and right. Zehi. Why did I forget ze? Oh, the Zeppelin. It's okay. We're fine. It's weak, but it's not weak enough. Alright, and we leveled up. So it's gonna be another 2 hours. Dun, da, 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 da. Jukyu. Leberu, right? Leberu Jukyu desu. Okay. With that, it's gonna take a while. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Thank you. Alright, let's put on our thinking caps. Here's our 2 hours of lessons. We gotta, from the very first lesson, we gotta complete it before the 4-hour period. Otherwise, Hunt of Heroes could be devastating. Alright. Borrowing. Oh boy, it's borrowing. Okay. Makes sense. Borrow use or borrow task. Task is like a complementary character. So very awesome start. Shakuyo ne? Borrowing task is just another way to say borrowing. This is also when you take a loan. Shakuyo is a formal word for the borrowing of things like money, facilities, or other goods. You can also use it jokingly formal way in everyday conversation though, like chotto shakuyo shita shita dake da yo. Just borrow. Okay.
借用
Yeah, shakuyo.
借用
Okay. This was wariru? Keriru? It's keriru, right?
借りる
Ah, kariru. Dang it. I have so many borrow and loan words. Like to borrow, to lend, to hand over. There's gonna be a lot of these coming up at some point. Yeah, kariru. To borrow a car. Fair enough.
借りる
Kariru. Okay. Become. I think this is legacy. Become is legacy. Potato. Oh no. Potato. The reason why I say oh no is in Japanese there's like a really interesting thing that they do about plants of different origins, like native plants and non-native plants, like living things in general and other things. They can be all over the place. Instead of saying oh, I know this one though. Wait, I wonder if they go straight to kun. They probably go straight to kun for this. If you see some flowers that are dry, pull them up and you'll find potatoes. Yeah, emo. That's the kun. Emo. Oh, okay, yeah, emo. Potatoes are totally emo because of the way they dry out flowers. Emo people and potatoes both like to dry out flowers. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I wonder if it's just standalone. Oh, I haven't thought of it as, yeah. Yeah. There it is. Jagaimo. Jagaimo is potato in its full form. Baked potato. Yakiimo. Baked potato. Okay. Alright. Yeah, makes sense. Borrow gold or borrow money. Kin. So
借金
shakin. Okay, shakin. Yep. To shorten. Just think of that like the little bit that you lose to the yakuza. It's fine.
借金
借金
Shakin. Okay.
借りる
Kariru. Yep. Dang you. How am I? Oh. That's how I
借用
mistyped it. Shakuyo. Ah, I forgot to shorten.
借金
Shakin. Oh wait. What? Sorry. Potato. Rented house. That makes sense. It's rent plus house. Or borrow. I mean, this is, to me, also rent. It's generically also rent. You can use shoka ne shoka in conversation formally referred to a rented house or a house for rent, but it's more commonly found in legal. Okay.
借家
Shakuya. Oh my gosh, it didn't get. Oh no, it does. It can get shortened. Oh, it uses both ya and ka. Jukugo, but in this case, the second kanji can be read with either the onyomi or kunyomi. This uses a less common kun. Oh, so here's your note. If you live in a rented house, someone has to give you keys and let you in stuff. You're only renting after all. And when they let you in, they'll say, here's a shack, yeah. Shakuya. Okay. By the way, the secondary reading, shaka. The shaku changes to sha, yeah. This reading is most used in legal context. Oh, okay. So we want to stick with shakuya. Okay. Shakuya. Which is the kunyomi. Wait. Yeah, ya is the kun and ka is the on. Yes.
借家
Shakuya. Alright, I got you. Add makes sense. Give me ka. Give me ka for 1,000. Nice. Your parents are so proud of you for using your powerful mouth to add words together that they decide to surprise you with a gift. It's a new car. It's shiny. Okay. Your mouth has the power to add words together to yeah, okay. That's fine. Temple. Soul Kun? Soul Kun. Ne?
So in.
Soul in. Oh wait, that's institution, not. I was thinking of a different type of building. Yeah, Soul in. Okay,
So
総員
fair enough. That's where the monks hang out, or the priest, or a monastery, or a temple.
so in.
It's fine. Unfortunately, I don't know I can determine the nuances yet. Butsu. Butsu. Or butsuso.
物騒
Butsu. Okay.
物騒
Butsu. Shortened. It's fine. Season? Wait, this looks like a different season. Is that Jie? Jie Setsu? Setsu. Ah, I got Tetsu and Setsu mixed up a little. Yeah, Setsu. The season stamps are marked on bamboo sets. The season stamps. Wait, where's the... Oh, that's a root. Okay, bamboo joints. Okay, season. Setsu. Alright. Alright, I think we're fine.
so in.
All in.
借家
Shakuya. Ne?
物騒
Uso. Okay. Permission. Permit. Possible. Yes. So what do we have here? Kyo. Kyoka. Ne? Kyoka.
許可
Permission possible.
Kyoka.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, moving right along. Decrease. This might go straight to Kun. Maybe. And I feel like it's like It's just or like hie or something like that. Gen. Alright. It's an onyomi. Now I'm very curious what the kunyomi was. Wait. Oh, he. Dang it. I remember just the part, but I didn't know what the initial was. So it's he. Yeah, heru. The decrease. Oki. Gen. Okay, there's a tsunami. Wait. Does this have any? What is the Chinese? Do I have a Chinese? I don't have this character yet. I don't think so. Gang is the closest. Oh no, wait. Han is the closest. It's Han or Gan. There's tsunamis. Okay, there's a tsunami coming, but the escape slide. Where's the slide? Okay, the escape slide is being locked by a drunkard. Interesting. And creeper. And you can see your chances of escaping decrease rapidly. Okay. This decrease in the chances of escaping the tsunami is really upsetting Genji, who's waiting impatiently behind you. Alright. We'll try to remember that. Report? That makes sense. Bao Gao is report. 报告是什么？报是头，告是 Koku. Ne? Okay, yes. So Hokoku. News that you announce, yeah, becomes a report. When someone announces news on a topic, they're giving a report on the information. Right. Hokoku. Hokoku is a report given by someone after they've done some investigation or research into the topic. It can be used for class representations on a topic or a report given to your boss. This differs from Hodo, which is a report released by news organizations. Okay, I see.
報告
Hokoku.
報告
Hokoku, not Kokoku. Hokoku. Okay, fair enough. Information. Feelings. Feeling news. Interesting. Information. Joho. The feeling of news is that you should give your information, give you information and data, not fluff. The feeling of news.
情報
Joho.
情報
It's fine. Order? Really? Oh wait, yeah, that makes sense. This is Shi. Shi is order. I thought this was Shin. Is it the other direction? I think this is Shin. Not in Japanese, but maybe not. Alright, for a geoduck to make it into a river, it must know the sequence and order. Yeah. She. That can help. Oh, no, wait. No. Not that order. She is, it has a I feel like the right side is different. Where's my Chinese dictionary? I'll do it. So sequence order. Okay, geoduck usually live in the ocean, not in the river, so they must study the order of water flow in order to determine the best sequence for making it into. I don't like it. I don't like it. June? Oh, that's the first June. I'm not sure if I had a June before. After extensive study of the sequence and order of water, the geoduck has determined that June is the best time to travel to the river. All right. Okay. Oki June. Interesting. Jumbum. Juni. Alright. What? I lost the left. Permission.
Kyoka.
Yoka. Mm-hmm.
Hokoku.
Hokoku.
Jouhou.
Yoho. Alright. How many do we have? 82. Oh, that scroll down. Alright, fine. Forecast. Makes sense? Yee. How can one tell when a month is powerful? I don't know. What do you mean? Wait. Was it related to Oh, is this a dad joke? Or do you have a dad joke for me? I'm going through the months. Hold up. When it goes, no, I can't think of it. What? How can you tell? How can you tell when a month is powerful? Tell me. Yi, or yi bao, yeah, yi bao, yo, ho. Okay. A news report that covers things beforehand. It's a forecast, yeah.
予報
Yo ho.
Yoho.
Going up. To report on. What are the chances that that's just Hojiru? Yeah, to report on.
報じる
Oh, it's Hojiru.
報じる。
報じる
Oh. It's an oddity, alright. Hojiru. Form. So we have a valley and a roof. A form. If you put a roof over a valley, it will change its form. Its appearance will alter completely. Picture a valley in your mind. Now put a roof over it. It isn't shaped like a valley anymore. Okay. Alright, buddy. What was that in The Merman in a Dollhouse? I don't have anything of that nature either. Oh, do I? Oh, this is wrong. Wrong? What was wrong for? Contain? Wrong. Okay. What do we have? Yo. Its new appearance looks familiar to you. Like it's a big yogurt. Oh boy, it's a valley with yogurt again. A yogurt cup? Fair enough. I don't have reference for. Oh, nei. Oh yeah. Neirong. Neirong is contents. So what is this? Nei. what was it? Nayo? Nayo? Oh yeah, that's right. Nai. Yeah. Nayo. Suspicion? Yeah, contains doubt. Yep. Yoki. Yoki. Wrong. Heck, doubt. I don't remember. It's fine. And a news report. Yes. So specifically referring to like news articles in that. Yep. And then the other opposite. So what do we have this?
報道
Holdo.
報道
Holdo. And then arau. 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 Arau.
洗う
Arau.
洗う
Arak. You found. It looks shiny, but you can't tell until you wash it. Okay. Okay.
"予報
報じる
Injiru. Oops.
洗う
Arau.
報道
Holdo. A car wash. Yeah, wash car. Got you. Got you. Sensha.
洗車
洗車
Sensha. Okay. This Jusko, if you are reading, you know the reader. Don't confuse this with the same sounding unless you're washing your... Okay. Oh, I see. Yes. Sensha is also a tank. Wait.
洗車
Yeah, it's also a tank. Unless you're washing your tank in a car wash. Fair enough. Refinement. Wash. Practice. Senren. Senren, maybe? Oh, to polish. Oh, okay. You take your practice and you wash it. Slowly, chunks fall off and becomes... You're washing away the gunk on the outside to attain refinement. Okay.
洗練
Senren.
洗練
Senren. Well, interesting. It kind of falls off the way he's saying it. Senren. Cloth makes sense. Boo. Right, boo. It could be boo still. Foo. Yep. Just default to foo because it could end up being foo. To our norwal, a towel is just normal cloth. Okay. If you use this type of cloth for your clothes and blanket, will call you a fool. Oh, okay. Wakame. I don't know what. I'm not quite sure what wakame is. Okay, sorry. That was a little. Nuno. Okay, and saifu. Yeah, saifu. To bake, yaku.
焼く
Yaku, to bake, to burn something, to grill, among other things. Yaku means to apply heat to something, to change it in a physical way. It can refer to lighting, lightly toasting something, charring it, or even burning it to an ash, depending on context. It commonly used in cooking context to baking, grilling, or roasting food, or a lot of other things. But it can also be, yes, pottery, film photography, and even sun tanning. Yes, you can bake yourself like a potato. Yaku.
焼く
All right. Next one, sunburn. Oh, there it is. Baked like a potato. Oh. Yeah. Oh, is this a half word? No, it's just Maybe like Ryake, Hiyake. It could be Hiyake.
日焼け
Hiyake.
日焼け
Okay. All right. Cool.
洗練
And then
洗車
Sensha.
日焼け
Yake. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
焼く
Yaku. Grilled chicken. Yakitori. Yeah, yakitori.
焼き鳥
Yakitori. Oh, it stays up. Okay. Yakitori.
焼き鳥
Yakitori. Yakiniku. Yeah, yakiniku. Which is grilled meat as opposed to
焼肉
yakiniku. Fair enough. Those are standard because I love food. Easy. I think it's still yo. Ne? I and eki. Oh, wait. Excuse me? Eki? What would be an easy reading for this kanji? I for easy. Yasashi ne? Yasashi, right? Oh. Oh yeah. 容易. 容易 would be we just got 容. What was 容? Yo? 容易. Yeah, 容易. Simple. That's simple plus easy. Simple and easy. I don't think we have Dian. Dian. Yi. Maybe it's like Dian. What does Dian say? Den? Denny. Kan? Oh. Oh yeah, that does look like Kan. Just with bamboos. Kai. Interesting. Alright. Sunset. Evening. Bake. Evening bake. You don't get a sunburn because it's already the evening sun, so it's just a sunset. Evening glow. When the evening is burning, the sun is going down. This is the sunset, or yeah.
夕焼け
Yuyake. Make sense?
夕焼け
夕焼け
Zen priest. Okay. Zen soul.
前奏
前奏
Zen soul. Alright. Alrighty.
焼き鳥
Yakitori.
焼肉
Yakiniku.
前奏
Zen soul.
夕焼け
Yuyake. The chest? What was it? Mune?
胸
Alright, Mune. Doesn't change. It's fine. No, I doubt. It could be no. Because... No, it's not.
脳
Oh, it is! No.
脳
Because it's, they're just
No.
gonna stick with it because it's the only read, probably. And it's out off of Chinese. Wealth. Fu. Oh, no, wait. This is... Thai. Thai? That could be Zai. Give me Zai for 1,000. Sai and Zai. Yeah. Sai and Zai. Okay. Makes sense. Zai and Zai translates really well. For Thai and Zai. Largely for Thai. Okay. Does that... Am I worried? I'm not worried, right? No, I'm not worried. We're good. Cyborg and xylophones. Got it. Give some shellfish to a talented person, they'll have no problem accumulating wealth. They start accumulating wealth when their cyborg is unveiled, or a half man, half shellfish cyborg that plays the xylophone. I got you. I got you. What a plutocrats. What the heck's a plutocrats? Plutocracy? Plutocracy, government by the wealthy. Oh, that's what it's called, plutocracy. Oh. Interesting. Now I know. Oh, wealth cloth. Yeah, saifu. Oh, that's right. That's the sai in saifu. Brain dead. Yeah, no shi.
脳死
Fair enough. Wait, actually, is this figurative or
No
real?
shi.
Okay. Since no is probably the only read, this is probably no miso.
脳みそ
No miso. Oh yeah, take care. Take care, Jazz. Good luck, good luck. See ya, see ya. Best of luck with everything and the rest of your day. Thanks for chilling. Oh, brain, miso. That's your brain or your gray matter? Okay. Brains.
脳みそ
No miso. Alright.
脳
No. I... Oh, whoops.
胸
Ne.
脳みそ
No miso.
脳死
No shi. Okay. There is brainwashing. Brainwashing. What do we have? Sen no.
洗脳
Okay. To permit. I doubt this is kyosu. Kyos sounds not great. This word consists of yeah. Permit, yes. And it's to mid transitive, right? Because the su
許す
yurusu. Oh no. You didn't learn that reading? Okay. I'm going to allow it. Yuru? Your yuru? Okay, yuru allowed to do one thing? Okay.
許す
許す
Alright, that's fine. I'll take it. Insect? Not mushi. It's a different insect. Interesting. If a sun is compared to an insect, you'll see that they're both shiny, but that the sun is much shinier than the insect. Fair enough. Kon. Oh wait. Is this the same kon in... No, it's not. While you're holding up an insect to the sun for comparison, a flock of condors fly by, blocking out the sun. There are so many condors that they managed to totally block out the sun. A condor just comes by and snatches the insect off your hands. Let's just be real. Or you toss the insect, leave it to the condors. Konbu. Oh. Konchu. Oh right, konchu. Konchu. Ne? Konbu. Okay. I can deal with that. Tomodachi. Right.
友達
Tomodachi. We don't need to review that, it's fine. To deliver. Chitatsu? Oh wait. How do I distribute? It's not pie. Not pay. No pay. Shi? Tatsuru.
配達する
Haitatsuru. Of course it's hai. Ah. Sorry. Haitatsuru. Yes.
配達
配達する
I should have known that. Moving right along. What? You do. Oh my gosh, man. Oh, I wrote ooh there. That's fine.
許す
This near rhymes, not my thing. Takes a while. Whoops. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, whoops.
洗脳
Said no, I am typing the wrong things over and over again.
Tomodachi
Tomodachi.
配達する
Tatsuru. Okay. Master. Tatsujin.
達人
Or Tatsujin. Going up.
達人
Every time I think it's gonna go down, back down, it's just Heiban. Heiban to up. Yeah, it's constantly Heiban every time I think it's not. Transmission? Oh, I remember this. Wait, this is a different transmission. Don't I have another transmission? What is this?
伝
Dentatsu?
達
Dentatsu.
伝達
Okay. Click. Oh, that type of click. Passed out in front of the gate lies a drunkard who used to be the leader of a popular clique, the Cool Kids clan. Okay. Once he was a leader, but now he's but a drunkard. He is but a drunkard. The clan has fallen apart and he no longer has a clique to call his own. Alright, imagine this washed up. Okay. Onyomi is Batsu. Batsu. Bots? Eventually you get sick and tired of this washed up clan leader and you gathered your own clique to chase this guy away from your gate and your property. You and your friends grab some bats and use these bats, those types of bats. Batsu to beat the drug. Okay, alright. Oh, that is very particular. Right. Zaibatsu. Zaibatsu. Ne? Zaibatsu. What is this? A black hole. How did you get to a black hole? A gun, a foreman, and a sun? Oh, a foreman takes a gun and shoots out the sun, creating a black hole. Oh no, that's not a foreman. That's winter. So when you shoot your gun at the sun, it becomes winter. The shot you fire sent the sun into a crazy chain reaction, making it implode in on itself and becomes a black hole. Okay, anything shooting the sun. Alright, that's it. Imagine this being... Okay. You cause this infinite winter. More like doom. Does this have anything to do with a black hole? No. But there's a black hole in a belly. A moon black hole. Oh, this reminds me of the thing that I have to remember. Do. I keep forgetting do. Alright. Quiet. Shizuka. Moving right along. Okay. Gate. Put it. That's it. Okay. What was this supposed to mean? Oh, a clique? Or clan?
達人
Tatsujin. 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 Ne? I have no idea what this was supposed to be. I skipped it. Oh, a master. A person who has attained is someone who knows a lot. Okay, next bro. Okay. I totally skipped over this.
伝達
What?
静か
Still. Yep. Quiet. Quiet. Stop. But still. That's fine. 静止. 静止. So how does this work? Se 静止. Ne?
静止
静止. Okay. Calm makes sense. Leveled, quiet, flat, quiet. 平静. Interesting. 平成
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 Okay. Continuation. Wait, was this calm? Yeah. Okay. Continuation. Interesting. Instead of experience. Was it experience? It was experience. So stop at the cliff with the tree. On it, realizing that continuation is impossible unless you find some way to the bridge to bridge the gap on the other side. Okay. Reki. Interesting, Reki. Continuation is impossible unless you chop down this tree down to use as a bridge across. You decide to use a Reki ball. Luckily, there's one right by you, so taking it. Okay, hold up. I could just use wreck. It's tough to have a continuation because you wrecked into you stopped. It came to a stop. Your continuation came to a stop because you wrecked into trees by the cliff. Right. You wrecked your car. Neki. That's fine. Good. We're good enough. Director. Oh, that's retroactive. She. Polarizing suffix. Oh. Right. Tatsu. Yes. Oh, interesting. Instead of tachi? Oh, this is probably becoming tachi, isn't it? Note that you only attach this to people and animals to make them plural. Yeah.
タチ
This is tachi
タチ
instead of tatsu. It just reads tachi, like watashi tachi and stuff. Okay. Alright.
静止
Deshi. Okay. Yep.
平成
Is it? That's not not supposed to be clam. It's calm. Misspelling.
たち
Okay. Attain. Tatsuru is not what I have in mind, but let's see. Attain.
達する
Tasuru. Oh yeah.
達す
Okay.
る
It
達する
works like sasuru. Okay. Tasuru. That's fair enough. Interesting. As expected. Liu? Liu Shi? What is that? That is stream and stone. As expected. I don't have a no, this is gonna be tough. A stream containing stone is like the most natural thing ever. It's just as expected. Note that you'll encounter this being written in kana as well, but the meaning is the same. Just like natural, okay.
さすが
Sasuga. Oh boy. Unfortunately, the reading of this is totally exception that you just have to memorize. Oh, here we go. Sasuga. Oh my gosh. Just as expected, I saw Suga at the bar again last night. Suga-san spends a little too much time at the bar and we're starting to get worried for him. Sasuga ni Suga-san. Oh, okay. Alright. Attach the name to it. That's pretty solid way to go about it.
さすが
Asuga. Reason. Retroactive. Tongue. I guess we're finally having tongue. Interesting. I could have sworn we already had tongue. No? Shita. Shita is tongue. Oh, okay. You're sound asleep in bed when your tongue drops out of your mouth and you start to drool, getting saliva all over the bed. Shita. Shit. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll try to remember that. Drinking alcohol. Yomisake. Ne? Or yosake. Oh no, that's weird. Yomisake. No. I guess yosake is fine.
飲酒
Inshu. Ah, man. It's a standard onyomi, and we don't have an onyomi for this. Interesting. Where's a good place for drinking alcohol? In, of course. Okay, inshu. Fair enough.
飲酒
飲酒
I was going for the double kun. Double kun again. Alright. Fine. This is not fine. This is not okay. Yeah, this one is not okay.
Sasuga
Sasuga.
達する
Asuru.
飲酒
Inshu. Oops. I missed the button there. Alright. To pass through. Could have sworn. Okay. We not already have this? To pass through to be understood, huh? This word has a bunch of different meanings and translations will vary depending on context. Yep. Anything that deals with pass through is major context. It's true for Chinese too. That's actually the thing that I've been working. That's one of the groups. Anything that deals with pass through. In short, it mostly used figuratively to mean that something like communication is passing or coming through successfully. Have a look at our common word combination context for something. But the question is, what is that supposed to be? Sujiru? Oh, tsujiru. Okay. Like other, yeah. Tsujiru. Fair enough. To be piled up. Oh. Kasanaru. Ne? Because we had kasaneru. Kasanaru is probably just a transitive, to be piled up. Yeah, just the intransitive. As is often our recommendation for more complicated or hard to translate word like this, check out our comment. Okay. You have to coincide, to overlap, you have to accumulate. Yeah.
重なる
Kasanaru.
重なる
Ego. Watashi ended up being ego? Alright, that's fine. There's a drunkard holding out his fingers. He's staring at it. Okay, ego, sure. I feel like I is fine. Just gonna put I. Book counter makes sense. Is this wa? No. Ki? Niwa? What? No, wa is. No. Oh no, what is this? I've seen you already. Oh. Ki? Satsu. Oh, yeah. Man, I gotta review my counters. Since I haven't been using counters in a long time. That's it. Uses book counting method to count all the books. Yeah, that's it. It's fine. We're fine. Year before last. This is gonna... I feel like this is weird. Oh, ototoi. Wait. What was it? Oh no. Is that... no. Oh no.
おととし
Oh no, it is oto. Okay, ototoi. And then you're just adding shi. Ototoi. Ototoshi. Okay. Ototoi. Otoshi. Ototoshi. Ototoshi. Oh, this is just toshi. Yeah. Toshi plus oto. How did I get ototoi from this? It's just weird. No, it's just weird. That one's weird. This one's not as weird. Oh, because we're using the same oto? It's just weird.
おととし
Yeah, ototoshi. Okay. Oto is fine. And then toshi. This one. That's okay. Alright, because you got a trash can with an auto tosser. Ototoshi. That doesn't help very much. Fuji.
通じる
重なる
Asanaru.
おととし
Ototoshi. Oh, kanashi.
悲しい
Kanashi. Okay. Takeout. Omachi. Oh, hey. Oh, omachi. Omachi kara. Kairi. Omachi kairi.
お持ち帰り
Omochi kairi. Whoops. Omochi. Omochi kairi.
お持ち帰り
I was in a bit of Duolingo right there. Outer space. A dry roof. What do we had? Dry potatoes for, or dry flowers for potatoes. Now we have dry roof. Use a roof to keep yourself dry and safe from outer space. Look outside above your roof and you'll see outer space stretching above you. Ooh. Why isn't it dry in outer space, you ask? Because of all the uni swimming around in there? Oh, okay. That's gonna suck. That's gonna be bad. Oof. That's an oof. Ooh. Oh, everything deals with this other character. Am I getting the other character too? Chew? Am I getting Chew? Alright. That's right. That's fine. Nuclear power. Raw or origin, child. Oh, atom. Atom power, nuclear power. Oh, that makes sense.
原
原
子力
子力。原子力。
原子
Alright,
力
okay. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Oh, I keep typing ma. Oh my gosh. Please.
お持ち帰り
お持ち帰り。
悲しい
悲しい。
原子力
原子力。Okay. Okay. Police officer. K. K-kan. Ne? You know how Keisatsu is police? Well, this is kind of like that. This time you have someone from government trying to warn you. This person. I distracted modding for your streamer. Did you miss anything? No, not really. We're trying to get this done.
警官
Keikan.
警官
Okay, busy. Mung. Huh. What could busy be? Man is okay. Bowl. Oh, of course it's bowl. You'll work your soul to death if you're too busy. Fair enough. I mean, I don't need that part. Fine. And bowl. Take time out of your busy life and go bowling. Alright. I can get behind that. That's what I used to do. Ren? Renjin? Rennin.
恋人
Koibito! Oh my gosh, it's double kun. Alright, fine. Koibito is
恋
fine.
人
恋人
It's kind of like a aite. Aite. Busy bee. Busy bees. I was about to say busy beans. I actually, when you mentioned beans, I like for your pet, I used to call people beans too. But not because beans, like the beans, but like human beings. I used to call people beans and beanies. And not beanies as in the hat or the vegetable. But I used to call people beans because they're human beings. But spelled as beans. So I would write beans, but it would be a pun on beans. Oh yeah, and Beanie Babies. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. Beanie Babies. That's where the whole beans and Beanie Babies came from for me. Where like or you could, if you want to go super meta, I use beans in beans because people are often referred, when you're calling like a euphemism, you call people potatoes. And Beanie Babies are sacks of beans. But what else comes in sacks of beans? Potatoes. So that euphemism, when you call someone a potato because they're maybe young, young and naive, right? So instead of saying potatoes, I call them beans. And then at some point, goobers came along, right? Goobers came along. But when you're thinking about feeding your kids, when you're feeding a kid something, you often think about beans, potatoes, and goobers. What is that? Goobers? It's the baby food. Goobers. And a sack of onions. Oh, no. So onions. I don't call people onions, but I do call them sprouts. And when you think of sprouts, you often also think of onion sprouts. So sometimes I call people sprouts as well. These are all euphemisms for youth. Goobers, beans, potatoes, and sprouts. What else is there anything else that I've gone through? I've gone through many phases of calling younger people, and it is these are supposed to be words of endearment, not like insult. I like that there are potatoes, sprouts, beans, and goobers around. I don't think I've called somebody a broccoli. And then most recently was pepper, which I've already explained. Pepper. It's the pep in Pepega plus the per in person. So then it's a pun on pepper. A person that is a pep. I just call them pepper. So there is something with orange, but it's kind of hard to appreciate. But orange, there's something called there's a sagwa, which is like a silly fool or like a little kid. And every time I think of sagwa, I always think of something that's sour, and that reminds me of an orange. So sometimes like whenever I say sagwa, I think of I'm calling someone a orange, but it's really something to do with a melon. That's something about that's a Chinese related thing. And then there's others like lemons, when you call people lemons. So this is more like a little derogatory, a little bit like insulting or belittling when you call someone a lemon. And the lemon comes from the lemon law, is how I interpret it. The lemon law is when something is broken, you should be reimbursed. Is when you do the lemon law. You used to call your friends pimento pals where I was little because I thought pimento sounded cool and I had no idea what it is. What is that? Oh, those things. Oh, that's what they're called. A pimento. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any more. I've used food like a lot. Yeah, I use food quite a lot. I still remember every time like The Simpsons, every time I hear Krusty the Clown, all I can think about is an apple crumble. Krusty the Clown has no origins in food, but every time I hear Krusty, all I can think about is an apple crumble, or like an apple crisp or something like that. Anyways, there you go. More stuff. What was this? Koibito. To disconnect. Wait. To be disconnect. Okay, so we have disconnect already, which was really weird. And then now we have to be disconnected. Hazu. Maybe hazureru. Ne?
外れる
Hazureru. Okay. The kanji outside, but this word means to be disconnected, to come off. It was used when something separates or comes off of something else. It's intransitive. You already know. Yeah, hazusu. Which is used when you disconnect something, like many. Okay. Yeah, hazureru.
外れる
Bury? Oh, right. You just noticed how late you started today? Yeah, I started really late. I was without trying to hide why I was late. I was basically playing P5X. I don't want to talk about it. I have a problem. I did like all the stuff beforehand. So I did all my dailies and weeklies in my games beforehand, before today. I just thought I'd swap it up because today was going to be a really long day, regardless of it's level up day. Level up days are very long. You could kind of say I indulged a little bit. I think I might take a break sometime. There's going to need some breakage at some point. Well, my breakage is coming up soon, actually. I'll be away for 4 days. For Otakon. It's on August 8th of this year. It's the one it's the one constant I need, but that also means during the break I have to do my I still have to do WaniKani and Hanzuhiro. I just won't record them. I have to do my daily stuff, so I have to make sure my phone is okay with that. Your nightly routine will be in shambles. Maybe we can associate it with some sort of routine that is independent. We need to like associate some stuff, and then we can both be like simultaneously productive. You know? You should like I don't know what you're currently doing, but man, we should start like a side gig. No, don't. I know what you're gonna say. Do not say it. Don't. I know. Speakly French. I got it. That is a possibility. For now, though, we must be independent. Okay, the dirt next to your village is where you... Oh yeah, that's village, huh? Wait, what is it in Hanzuhiro? To be honest, you'll probably just finish the Mentalist. You finally started season 5 yesterday. Oh, okay. The dirt next to your village is where you bury the dead. People don't live forever, so every village has a patch of dirt. Alright. Fair enough. Ooh. Uzu. You don't just bury dead relatives, you also bury your dead pet uni. Of course. I gotta throw in some uni. Does it say u? It seems like it should stay u. Umeru. Yeah, makes sense. Well, finish it for the second time. Yeah. Anything dealing with like life and death tends to be pretty particular. Okay.
恋人
Koibito. I'm like, what else could that mean? Anything else?
警官
Econ. Ugh. Ugh. What was busy? Not today. Oh yeah, that's right. Bowling. Okay.
外れる
Azurere. We're getting there. Hanzuhiro is gonna be a little tough today. Gonna be a tough total failure. Does that actually say no? That's complicated. Let's go with like Thai. How does lose work? Aishitsubai? Aishitsukai? Or Taishitsuhai? There's a rendaku or some weird thing going on here. Oh, no mate. Oh, wait. You know how... Yeah, that's a mistake. Do we just add die in front of it?
大失敗
Yeah, daishippai. Okay, fair enough. Daishippai. Oh, yeah. Daishippai. Yeah, and then the rendaku. Fair enough. A group? The heck? We got a mouth and measurement. Oh boy, here we go. What do we got? Use your mouth to take a measurement of this group. Just stretch your mouth out and around every single person. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly how I'm gonna remember. How about to measure how many people are in the group? We measure the number of mouths, right? Measure the number of mouths to find out how big the group. Good enough. Let's see, and yeah, boo. Done. On. This group is so big, it takes till dawn to measure. Okay. Get your measurements. They weigh a ton. Ton. Hmm. It took till dawn to measure the number to get a head count, a mouth count, and also it turns out there are so many mouths that there's gonna require tons of food, right? Ton. I like that better than whatever's written here. So, group, gather group. Key? What is this key? Oh, Jew. Wait. Chu. Yeah. Okay. Chu ton. Oh no. Ton and ton. Okay. New ton. Futon. Oh yeah, futon. What the futon? Oh, I forgot this was in futon. A group of cloth. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Pickled plums. What did they use for plums? They use this for plums? Oh, because of the ume. Oh. Ah, that makes sense. The ume. You know, ume is Japanese plums and dry, or to mean to dry something. So when you combine them, you get dried plums, right? Well, sort of. Yeah, pickle them before you dry them. So we can say needs pickled plums or pickled ume. And if you know the Japanese name, you can call it by that too, umeboshi. We're just gonna use umeboshi, which that's umeboshi.
Umeboshi.
Umeboshi. How do I know the read? It's kind of tricky to use as two kuns that you've learned before. So you have ume plus hoshi. I don't remember hoshi. Oh, hosu. Hos. Which comes from hos, but gets a rendaku to boshi. I see. In other words, umeboshi. Alright. Actually, this stuff makes it really memorable. Also, you might see this written as umeboshi without the shi, because it doesn't always get actualized, so it can hide. These words often can hide. Sure. Eat. Eat. Piki.
一匹
Piki. Yep. Okay. One small animal. Ha. Ha. Violence. I see a snowflake. Oh no, is that supposed to be water? Oh wait, there's no snowflake in WaniKani, that's right. So water together in sun. When the sun gets together with water, only violence get ensued. I kind of like that. After a while, the sun and the water have had enough of violence. They decide to settle their differences with a friendly game of bowling. Oh my goodness. Alright, to act violently. I don't think that's bowl. Abareru. Abareru. Ne? Abareru. Boryoku. Boryoku. Ryoku. Boryoku. Ne? Is that supposed to be like some sort of chaos? Is that supposed to be chaos on the left? Is that the simplified version of chaos? Or like a style? I don't know. Violent does have chaos. Chaotic violent is violent. Interesting. We'll find out soon enough.
大失敗 梅干し
Oh, pickled plums make my stomach rumble. I'm really hungry.
一匹
What happened? Right. Alright, we're at 22. Get in there. Unconsciousness. Nothing. Idea. Oh, nothing consciousness. Okay. Nothing idea discerning. Yeah. And then we get to use a negation instead of using bu or fu. Instead of using fu, they used wu. So what is wu? Mu. Mu yi. 무의식? No, 무의쇼.
無意識
무의식이. Oh yeah, that's right. That's shiki. How did that work? Something like about a drunkard making sounds, discerning, elegant, chic. Okay. Involuntary. Know how ishiki is consciousness. What about when it's no, nothing yet?
無意識
Ishiki. Alright, it's fine. Next one. Next one, next one. Mix. No. Interesting. Compare the sun with a tsunami. Those two things don't mix. If a tsunami is coming, it will likely get in the way of the sun. Just before the tsunami crashes over you, another condor swoops out of the sky and grabs you up. This condor must be a mix. So this must be a mix. A normal condor is not strong enough to pick up. Okay. Condor. We're really stretching the limits of these things, I'm telling you. 非常に very. Okay. 非常に that would be very convenient if it was 非常. Oh yeah, it is emergency. I forgot. 非常 is emergency or unusual or extreme.
非常に
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 I'm okay with that. 非常高 Oh, 口 Oh no. 非常 Oh, maybe they just do 非常口 and be done with it.
非常口
非常口 Alright.
非常
Nice.
口
Fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, it's riot. There it is. Riot. Oh, there's disorder. And pretty sure this is supposed to be chaos as well. Because chaos is really wackadoodle complicated. Right. But you can see how it became that. Right? Yeah, this left side, I can kind of see how it ended up being that. Oh my mouse clicking. Disorder. I like it. If you stab somebody in the tongue with an umbrella, it's sure to start a riot and cause disorder. Nobody likes to get stabbed in the heart. Jan. What was the chaos then? Lun. Yeah. Lun. Right. Jan. Just now you it might not be the same. I don't know. Because tongue exists too. If you now realize that the man you stabbed in the tongue with your umbrella was none other than Macho Man Randy Savage. Man, that shows some age right there. Randy Savage? Oof. Okay, it's fine. It's a proper noun, so we're probably pretty good. Melee? Ran Sen? Interesting. Dunsen. Confusion. Mix. Riot. Intriguing. Konran. Oh, wait. I've already forgotten. That's not mix. Or is it mix? Oh, it is mix. Okay. Keep it straight. Keep it straight.
非常に
非常に
無意識
無意識
非常口
大口 Hmm. Wait, what was this supposed to be? Oh, emergency exit? Yeah, makes sense. Really? Kuda? Kudata shite? No, there's no way that's kuda. Maybe. Kudata shite. Ne? So this doesn't really make much sense in terms of kanji and words. But it is what it is. Let's remember it this way. The kanji is fruit, so the meaning is really. Like, really, really. Because it sounds like you made that up. I doubt it. It also means as was expected or just as I thought. But usually we use it as a way to say, really, I don't really believe you. As opposed to like, honto desu ka? Honto desu
果
ka?
たして
Hatashite? Oh, right. That's right. Hata. Remember the ring, just imagine snorting out a sharp ha right before saying the phrase ha, just as I thought. Okay.
果たし
果たして
I got you. I can get behind that. Junior? Why does that look familiar? It was something like young, lung, right? Lung. What did lung look like? This kind of looks like lung. Junior. Don't loiter and run, Junior, said Indiana Jones. Oh, okay. Sure. Imagine Sean Connery saying, don't loiter, run. Don't loiter or run. Or don't loiter. Run, Junior. Oh. Oh, that type of Sean. Okay, okay. Sean Connery. Oh. Deciding not to loiter any longer, Indiana Jones Jr. takes his dad's advice and starts to run. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Sean Connery was. Unfortunately, he wasn't paying attention to where his feet were and he stubbed his toe. Alright, alright. Tripping on air. Stubbing on air. Gotcha. Seto. Makes sense. A Buddhist? Really? Butsukyo. Butsukyo. So. Oh, Kyoto. Believer? Gento? Shinto. Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, Shinto. Oh, that's interesting. Shinto. Hmm. That's kind of convenient. Relates to something like it sounds like something else. Not exactly, but close enough. Detailed. Osokai? No. Omokai?
細かい
Komakai! Mother of pearl. Well, I was gonna take Hosokai or
細
something.
かい
Komakai. Wait.
細かい
Okay. This is an adjective utilizing the second meaning of detailed. Okay, yeah. So this just means detailed or fine. Like fine details. Trivial. You can remember that this one is detailed or fine because kai makes you think of coyotes. Your hobby is making extremely detailed and fine model railroads out of nothing but raw meat. Wait, where is going with this? This, however, means that coyotes regularly come in and destroy all your fine wood. How in the tarnation do you get from coyote to modeled railroad? Listen. Okay. Maybe it's outrageous enough.
細かい
Omakai. After Coyote wrecks your model railroads, he bites you on the head, sending you into an indefinite coma. Okay.
細かい
細かい
That is gonna be rough.
細かい
Why? Oh, what does this mean? Detail Komakai. Police station. Okay. Keisatsu. Keisatsu ne? What the heck is shu? Keisatsu. Keisatsu.
警察署
Keisatsu.
警察署
警察署
Acquire. Okay, duh. Oh, give me. No, there's no way. If you loiter around the Sun Temple, it's likely you'll acquire something. When you loiter around, like it looks like you're waiting for something. Toku. Oh no, it's a toku. You managed to acquire some tobacco, but just as you're about to leave, Tokugawa Ieyasu comes marching up. Okay. Got another toku. Second toku. Do we have... Wait. Interesting. Yeah, tokui. Yeah, tokui is... Nigai. No. Mijikai? No, Niki. Yeah, Nigai. Complimented Nigai. Okay.
果たして
Adashite. It's just as I expected. As expected. Oh my, just as I thought. All those, these, as was expected. They're all the same thing, okay? It's not a bit off, just heck you. Running. It's gone. Totally gone. I have no idea. I have no idea what this means. Junior. There's so many words. So many particular words that could have been. Okay. Yeah, these are rough. Okay. This one's outrageous. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gone. It gets stuck at Coyote. And then railroads. Yeah, no idea. Oops. Coma. Yeah, that's it's just way too far. You're just going spiraling into like 3 or 4 steps too far. I think some of these are probably easy. Like this takes the cake. I think this set of 5 is easily one of the below the bucket, under like at the bottom of the barrel situation. I have to think about how I'm gonna switch this up.
細かい
Okay. Bottom of the barrel. One's pretty tough too.
警察署
Keisatsu. I don't remember what the jolt was for. Building? Police station? Okay. Okay. Alright. Written explanation. So we have explanation, right? And then right. Explanation, right. So 説明、説明書。説明書。
説明書
説明書。Okay, I mean that's self-explanatory. Renew. I don't have anything related to renew. It's important to focus oneself in winter so that one can emerge renewed for the New Year's. You can really go outside in winter without getting. I'm gonna focus on you. Okay. Hi. Winter ends and renewed, and you can come out ready to start a new hobby, kayaking. Alright, that's fine. World as a standalone.
よ
Yo. Yo. Really?
よ
Since you have a generation of people making up this world, think of the rapper generation. What do they say all the time? Obviously, I don't know anything about rap. They say yo, yo, yo. Okay.
よ
よ
Alright. Memorize. No. Kakueru would be too convenient, huh? And this is transitive.
覚える
Oboeru. Oboeru. Oh, wait, I knew that.
覚える
覚える
Oboeru, yes. Memorize, yes. Or to remember. I remember as to remember, but that's good enough. Continue. What word? What vocabulary? You have to sell thread if you want to continue to live. Zoku. Zoku. You have to continue to sell thread because a bosozoku. Oh, okay. Well, that's for the family thing. Fine. But zoku. Continue. No, I don't remember any of these. Renzoku. Zoku, zoku. Zoku, zoku. One after the other. Okay. Sell and thread. Hmm.
説明書
説明書.
Yo
It's gone. I don't know. It's gone. Zoku. Oh, oboeru. Oh, that's why I was confused. Yeah, I should know
覚え
that.
る
Oboeru. Ugh. Then help. Take along. Oh man, that's a swap up. Instead of successive, connect. Your scooter and your car is what you always take along with you. Make sure they're connected well so you don't lose them. And then you take along your scooter and your car. Anything else you can do a rental for. You can do a rental for. Take along to contact. So instead of successive, they use take along. Cereal. The cereal is still here. And how is this to take along? Okay. I see. Interesting. Joy. That can't be. What else do we have other than ki? Ki? This is a noun version of kanji. Like
喜
hibi?
び
Yorokobi. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yorokobi. That's right. Wait, Yorokobu. Oh, this is the. Oh, Yorokobi. This is the noun version. Yeah, Yorokobi. That's right. Yes. Morally good. I just gotta imagine There's an extra line here. The heck? Hold on. Give me a sec. No. No, it's the thing I'm thinking of is interesting. They both actually mean something very similar, but that's interesting. A sheep loses its horns on the ground, so it picks them up in the mouth to take them to someone who is morally good enough to attach them back onto its head. Sheep don't have hands, so the sheep has to pick up the horns up off the ground with its mouth, and someone evil would just unalive the sheep and steal his horns. So the sheep must find someone good to re-affix them all. Oh boy. Zen. Since you are morally good, you decide not to take out the sheep and harvest its organ. Instead, as a practitioner of the good thing. Okay. That's a little elaborate. Entangle. Kiss and thread. If you put a thread in the middle of a kiss, you're going to entangle it. Things can get pretty messy in the kiss, so adding a thread to the coil around and twine. I could use it figuratively. When you kiss someone, you're entwining your threads of fate, right? It could just be threads of fate. Naku. This is your first kiss ever, so getting a thread in your lips was a really bad luck. No. Naku. Lucky that you can share we have a shared fate. That's interesting. I think we're gonna pivot from whatever they're saying. All right, some extra kanashimi.
悲しみ
Kanashimi.
Sadness. Okay, that's just now version. History. Yay. True. She. History was. Oh yeah. Right. Shikaku. Or. Wait. Rekishi. Yeah, Rekishi. Rekishi. Okay, that's fine. I'm getting really tired. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, Hazuhiro's gonna be a little rough today. We'll keep trying though. Job posting. Demand person. Yes, we request a person. Job posting. Q?
求人
Kyujin. Okay.
求人
Kyujin.
Alright. Alright. What was the other one? Like twisted or something? Entangled? I don't know what they were.
喜び.
Yorokobi. Okay.
悲しみ
Nashi.
Kyujin
Yuji. We did it. Tomorrow's gonna be actually tomorrow's not too bad. That's not all right. Over the stuff. We have till 3 a.m. It's good. All right. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Wowzers. Alright. Monix. So become black hole. Director. Reason. Ego. Right. Okay. It's gone. Car. Huh. Yeah, no idea. Sets. Genji. Yogurt. Pool. Did this change at all? I don't even know. Oh. Easy. Cyborg and xylophone. Condor. God. Okay. Wreck. Satsuki. Something about outer space. Yeah, these are all. I think a lot of these, 50% of these are. A breakdown is like I need to take a break from WaniKani or something. Largely because they're not that great. There's so many steps to the mnemonic. They're no longer like out there, but and funny. They're more like you gotta be really on point. Since today is pretty. This level is starting to have me a little bit concerned. Yeah, see, I have no idea. Uni. Don and Ton. Oh, wait. Oh no. Bowling. Condor. I don't actually know if both of them are condors. Oh dang, this is like almost the entire group. What the heck? Why do they break it up this way? Randy. I just paused on this. Still don't remember it. Junior. Tokugawa. Tokugawa. Kayak. Is there an I in kayak? Huh. Luck. Rental. Zen. Oh, I got two things mixed up. This is luck. What is this? Oh, Zoku. Both. Bosoku? Bose? I don't know, it's Bosor. Bosezoku. Sure. Cheap. Okay, let's see if I can get the others. Emo. I'm thinking about needing to do it in the right order to get it in to get to the river. I don't remember in what nature. Conquered gate. No, I can't bother. Let's get Geoduck sequence. June. June is the most auspicious month. Okay. Click clan. Yep. Beat up. Get him off my lawn. Bats. That's it. Matsu-kun? No. Tongue thing. Start to drool all over your sheets. Okay. This one's pretty bad. Outer space. Yeah, we got stuck on roof, outer space, and of course, it's an uni. Because it's filled with uni. Not great. Not great. Busy, but if you're too busy, make sure to have some time to yourself. Bowling. So wait, so these actually checked out? No? Maybe not. Junior, stubbing the toe as he's running for it. So were these? If you loiter, Sun Temple is like require some. Oh no, that's. I didn't even click on that, or I didn't try to click on that. Try to click on this. Mix, right? Compare sun with the tsunami. The two don't mix. Yeah, just before the tsunami, and then what was this? This sun is compared to an insect, but yeah, okay. That's rough. That is really rough. Tomorrow is gonna be interesting, I would have to say. Okay. So Imo is kun? Oh. Jagaimo, right? Imo. Setsu. Gen. Jun. Yo. U. I. Sai. Zai. Hon. Atsu. Reki. Shitsu. Tatsu. U. Bo. U. Dan. Hon. Bo. Hon. Dan. It's done. Dan's one. Oh. Toku. Hai. Zoku. Then. Zen. Raku. Shi. Okay. That's a wrap for today. For WaniKani. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Again, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, try it out for yourself. You're always welcome to bring up a chat or two. Today, I had a really wonderful opportunity to talk about science a little bit. It's kind of like formality science, like Peasantry science. General terms. And another person who's doing a scholarly pursuit in a molecular biology standpoint, right? Pretty neat. Melanoma. I have to brush up on whatever is current on that area, just to get a cursory understanding or to refresh. Right. Always feel free to follow along, or I mean, feel free to come on by. You know, exchange some stories, brainstorm some ideas, collaborate on some strategies. Who knows? Sky's the limit, figuratively. Until then, for all those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. Right. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, try to like get a little bit more and get my blood pumping a little bit, and I'll be back for Hansi Hero. Thank you.